The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Adoring fans packed the playing hall at the Superbet Chess Classic in Bucharest, Romania. After a drawn round rife with missed opportunities, players were ready for decisive results. Anish Giri got his first win, taking down Liren with a vicious kingside attack that left the world champion reeling. Alireza Firouzja continued his stellar play, defeating Nepomniachtchi to catapult into the co-lead. There's a tie at the top with 2 rounds to go. Day 8 of amazing chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 8 of the 2023 Superbet Chess Classic, held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. It's been a fantastic event so far, filled with thrills and spills. But right now we are entering the championship rounds, and the players will have to give us everything they have over the chessboard. Let's go to the studio in St. Louis and start the action for Day 8.
We welcome you to the first stop on the 2023 Grand Chess Tour and our coverage of Superbet Romania. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello and welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining our show. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi, as always, great to see you in the morning. They said you were a rookie. You were a seasoned professional. Your presentations have been wonderful. It's great to work with you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the championship rounds. We've got 2 to play, rounds 8 and 9, and it is jam-packed at the top. Quite a number of players could potentially win the event. Tell us about the standings, Nasi.
Right, let's take a look. We have 2 co-leaders, Fabiano Caruana and Alireza Firouzja, with 4.5 points.
But look at that chasing pack.
Right, very closely following Wesley So, Anish Giri, and Rapport.
And at 50%, if he can do something today and tomorrow, our defending champion.
Yes, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. With 3 points, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and with 2.5, Nepomniachtchi, Liren, and Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
That tie for 8th and 9th, I just look at that and say, somebody has made a typo. And tell us about the format.
The format is 10-player round robin with classical time control. 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
Right.
And players are not allowed to offer any draws. They have a regular scoring system with 1 point for a win, half for a draw, and 0 for a loss.
Not much left, but tell us about the schedule.
Right, we have 2 more rounds to go. The players will be playing round 8 today, and tomorrow will be the final round.
Which will start 1 hour early. In case of a tie, just remind everybody what would happen in the playoffs.
We will have tie breaks in case of a tie. So if it's a 2 players tied, they will have a 2-game rapid match with 15 minutes with 10-second increment.
For each move made, got it? And in case 3 players tie for first,
then there will be a rapid round robin with 10 minutes and 5-second increment.
A little bit faster. Still tied?
Armageddon with 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and a 2-second increment from move 61.
Terrible on the nerves of the players, but exciting for the fans, those Armageddon. And as always, we're delighted to have in studio Var. Good to see you, my friend. Tell us about the road ahead for the potential winners of the event.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, it's we have 2 very exciting rounds remaining. We have 5 players at the top. I think one of these 5 players will win the tournament. We have Alireza and Fabiano half a point ahead, but the 3 other players are in contention. So let's take a look here. So this is the standings here with top 5 trying to fight for the first place here. I think one of them will be the winner. We could see a possible tiebreak. So let's take a road ahead for Richard Rapport here. So he's facing his friend who he worked for and helped him to become world champion, Liren, and then last round, big game against Fabiano Caruana. Wesley So, he's facing Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's been struggling, perhaps a chance there, and also Duda. He has a little bit easier road ahead in the last 2 rounds, I think. Then we have Anish Giri, who is coming off a very nice win in the previous round. He has a big game against Fabiano Caruana, and last round he's playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. And now the co-leader Firouzja on +2 after his win from yesterday. He's playing Duda, and last round his countryman MVL. And Fabiano, who's been leading the tournament for many of the rounds, he's playing Anish, as I mentioned, and last round he's got a tough pairing against Richard Rapport. So his road ahead looks very, very tough, guys. And we're gonna go to Romania to our friend Grandmaster Cristian Chirila.
Thanks, Var, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 8 here in Bucharest, Romania. This is it. We are entering the championship rounds of the 2023 Superbet Chess Classic. We've had an amazing tournament so far, and a lot of the chess has been extremely fighting chess. And let's take a look at the percentage of decisive results in this competition. We see 6 wins for the white pieces, 4 wins for the black pieces with 25 draws. That's a 28.6%. And let's not forget, a couple of days ago, we had 5 draws in that round, but even those draws were extremely fighting. Who said classical chess is not fighting chess? Almost 1 in 3 games have been decisive results. Just an incredible accomplishment for these players who came here to Bucharest to fight. And speaking of fighting chess, we have a big clash on our hands today. Of course, I'm talking about the game between the leader, Fabiano Caruana, one of the co-leaders of the event, against a very in-shape Anish Giri, who just defeated the world champion Liren yesterday with the white pieces. Impeccable opening preparation and a well-timed sacrifice on G5 got the job done for Anish. But today with the black pieces, well, if he wants to catch up with Fabiano, he potentially might be looking at he wants to get a victory, and the same can be said for Fabiano Caruana, who right now is in the co-lead position with one Alireza Firouzja, who is definitely hot right now. Just an incredible sequence for the youngster. He won 2 of his last 3 games, and right now he is in the co-leading position. So definitely Fabi with the white pieces. This is the last time in this event that he will be having the white pieces. He's definitely looking to strike. Big clash between these 2 players. Another one that I'm having my eyes on, and as you can see right now, Fabiano with Anish getting ready to start this incredible matchup. I don't know what you guys expect, but I'm expecting fireworks in that one. This is another big clash I'm having my eyes on. Not a lot of people have been speaking about MVL, but he's on 50%, 1 point behind the leader, and with a victory today with the white piece against Bogdan-Daniel, he will inch closer to those co-leading positions. And as we have seen on that graphic as well, he has revenge on his mind, because in last year's iteration of the Superbet Chess Classic, he lost against Bogdan-Daniel Deac in their only encounter in classical or rapid or blitz. So definitely MVL very focused and ready to take on the Romanian prodigy. Guys, we have so many exciting games on our hands in day 8 here from Bucharest, Romania.
Thank you, Cristian, and for those key matchups. But Nazi, lay the table for our audience and tell them about the pairings for all the players.
All right, let's take a look at today's matchups. We have MVL playing Deac.
Right.
New world champion Deac playing his second Richard Rapport.
Yeah, Richard, that'll be interesting to watch.
Caruana against Giri.
A lot of marbles in that game.
Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So.
And finally, our co-leader.
Duda against Firouzja.
All right, very nice. A lot of fighting games, but what are they fighting for?
Right, they are fighting for a big prize fund. Total prizes, $350,000. And the first place winner is going to get $100,000, second place $65,000, third $48,000.
Very, very handsome prizes all the way down to 10th and last place. Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs. You win clear first, you get a bonus 1 Grand Chess Tour points, you'll get 13. Tie for first and you chop up the Grand Chess Tours. And this is Victor Bologan. Victor, of course, an international grandmaster, works at the FIDE's office, and I haven't seen him in ages, but still knows how to move the pieces. He threw out E2, E4. And our executive director of FIDE, in fact, I'll stand corrected on that one, Victor, he had quite a reputation for being a sharp player.
He was #1 for his country for many years.
Exactly. He worked very closely with Alexei Shirov, training with Alexei in much of his career, as we see, again, this huge match between Fabi and Anish. Now, I remember, Var, specifically a candidates tournament. It got down to the very end, and there was Fabi versus Anish. But let me stop myself for a second. We have another ceremonial first move. I'm not quite sure who we have. E4. Everybody likes E4.
We saw him before.
Yes. Yeah, the president of the Romanian Chess Federation, I think.
Yes, you're correct.
Yes. I just forgot his name. Gosh darn it. Vladimir something.
He still is the top scorer of Romania at World Cups, football World Cups. So his presence here is well deserved. Va face prima mutare cel mai bun marcator al României la campionatele mondiale de fotbal, Florin Radu Răducioiu. Mulțumim pentru sprijinul de promovare a acestei competiții. La prima masă, Fabiano, Caruana,
guest as well.
It seems so. Okay, this is the big moment. Don't blow it. Yes, sir. E2, E4. King Pawn's opening, as Bobby Fischer said, best by test.
Thank you to all the players for understanding these few moments of start, and thank you to all the guests and all the people in the audience.
Just remind ourselves that MVL is the defending champion of the Superbet Chess Classic from last year, and although he's had a very uneven event, one way of saying not successful, he can turn things around with a brace of wins. He's got the white pieces. He's facing the lowest rated player in the field. He's got to put it together.
If he wants to fight for the first place, he needs to win today.
Exactly. And as I was saying, Var, I remember a candidates tournament where it was one of the last rounds, ultimate rounds, like rounds 12, 13, or 14. And Fabi had the white pieces against Anish, played 1 E4. They got into an open Sicilian, and Anish comprehensively outplayed Fabi, won the game, and destroyed Fabi's chances of becoming challenger.
Yes, I remember. And also once in another candidate tournament earlier, Fabiano escaped in a Grunfeld down something like 4 pawns. I think it was in Moscow, 2016. And Anish has been a tough opponent. And Fabi mentioned that yesterday in the interview. The score is very equal, and Anish is very well prepared player. You know, his openings are extremely strong.
Yeah.
Well, once again, to reflect their head-to-head, when you said even, you
what,
meant it.
This is what happens when two very solid players play each other.
Yeah, 3 wins, 3 losses, 29 draws. They know each other very, very well indeed. That's quite a number of games between the two of them, and nothing between them. I mean, it's just so close. You kind of dig a little deeper there. I just mentioned the game that Fabi lost with the white pieces that was so key. Is it? I want to say, are we going to see E4 and potentially an open Sicilian? No open Sicilian.
Solid E4, E5.
E4,
No,
E5. For me, when I see Anish playing E5, I see him coming into the game saying, I want to play solid. C5 would have been shown a great deal of ambition, in my opinion. Bishop c4, an Italian.
Italian game.
And you know, how ironic that Anish Giri just won a game against the world champion in the Italian as white, right? And I think maybe the game at the tournament, maybe a career-defining game for Anish himself. I was so impressed by his victory yesterday.
Yes, but we're not going to see a repeat of that game.
No. And a knight f6, so the two knights defense. And today, I mean, I think everybody's playing d3. They don't essay knight g5. So d3, bishop c5.
I think Fabi has a lot of very nice wins in this opening.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it's a spaghetti. The number of games have just exploded. And just to make a quick comparison, if d7, d6 is played right here, right now by Anish Giri, it will be a mirror of the game that's going on between MVL and Deac. And it's funny, the Gothenburg variation of the Sicilian Najdorf. So the idea was there was an interzonal tournament taking place in Sweden, and the 3 Argentine grandmasters were playing against the 3 Soviet grandmasters, and all the Argentinians played the same defense that they had prepared in their training, and the Soviet players realized they're playing all the same position, and they stopped, and they waited for Geller, FM Geller, to play the move, and then they all repeated what Geller played. D7, D6.
So
Nepo
the
and
plan there
Wesley
was watch the strongest player, see what he
right.
does, and repeat.
And by the way, we do have a Berlin on the board in the game between Nepo and Wesley, and this is one of the many ways, famous drawing lines. Who has the most number of draws in this particular position there, Var? Because when players with the white pieces want to make a draw, this is how they play, right?
Absolutely, yeah. There are a lot of games by Hikaru and a lot of other top players. Levon Aronian has a game. So the knight takes b5. This is how usually they make a draw here.
Yeah, and we've got the head-to-head classical games. By the way, I mean, Wesley So, what a performance. 6 wins for Wesley, that's huge. One win for Nepo, but 6 draws. So Wesley really owns Nepo.
I mean, maybe that's another reason why Jan chose this opening today.
Probably so. You were about to tell us, Var, that this is the way Nakamura, amongst others, have played.
Absolutely, many draws in this line. I will show you. So the point is, you take on e5, and a knight takes b5, and then white plays the move a4, attacking the knight on b5,
which is trapped.
Yeah, knight is trapped right now. So you play knight bd4, knight takes d4, and here a knight takes d4, queen d4. Now
D5.
you play d5, and e takes d6, queen takes d6, and we see this repetition with queen e4. Because you cannot develop the bishop because b7 pawn is hanging, and if you put the bishop on e7, you're pinned after rook e1, and there's also bishop f4. So we see many games end in a draw here. A lot of top players. So I expect to see something like this to happen because Jan chose this drawish line.
And let's just jump to Bucharest with Cristian and a special guest.
Thanks, Yas. We are with Victor Bologan, the Executive Director of FIDE. Victor, first of all, welcome back to our show. You've been here in Romania last year as well. What are your first impressions of the organizations here in Bucharest?
Thanks for welcoming back, and it's always a pleasure and an honor to be at this tournament. It's one of the biggest and most important tournaments in the world. It's always good to be here. I like very much. I think it's a bit different setup this year. It's more spectators, which I always like when I played myself on the stage. When you have spectators, you play better, and because your work is appreciated. So that's what I see for the first difference. Because I just arrived this morning, But otherwise,
the playing hall is completely packed.
Okay, it's Sunday today, but also it's a clear evidence that the tournament is getting more and more recognition and interest from the local public. It's also important not to have only online, which definitely the numbers are growing up, but also in physical presence. So that's what I like. But in general, of course, it's always on the highest level possible. The company, the organizer, Superbet, they are doing very good job, and together with the Romanian Chess Federation. So it's all pleasure, especially we had today already a FIDE technical meeting today, so it's more events coming in. Yeah, that's great.
And speaking of the biggest events that you just mentioned, we just had the concluded World Championship match between Deac and Jan. How did you leave that from inside the organization?
Yeah, I had the privilege to be in the beginning of the match, and definitely, again, it was organized very well. I think that was the most combative match out of, if we compare with all these draws in this Carlsen, Karyakin, Caruana, Carlsen matches. Of course, it was more interesting, maybe more mistakes, but it was very entertaining. And okay, this was dramatic, the final. But definitely, even in absence of the former world champion Magnus Carlsen, the match was very interesting to watch. And I'm happy to see both participants here in Bucharest. Of course, it's very tiring for them to play here after such, they gave everything they had, all their energy, knowledge. And, but it's good to see them here. And I think that was a very well organized match. And it was a success.
Speak a bit about that. What do they have to do to get their energy back? Because you've been a competitor at the highest level as well. How difficult it is to come back with fresh ideas, fresh energy after such a
it's not about ideas, because usually if you prepare for a World Championship match, then the ideas prepared for a match, it can serve you for another year, unless we know this leak of ideas from Deac side, but okay, that's another story. It's more about definitely energy, motivation, and but by old style, by old fashion, you would never play a tournament next few months. But now we know that the calendar is very tight, the chess is much more popular, they're very important competition. And of course, Grand Chess Tour is not only one competition, it's a series of competitions, and that's why I think the players committed to play here. I don't envy them. You know, it's really a very big change, and practically it's by default that they will be under their normal level to participate here. So, but how to recover? Of course, you have to sleep. You have to get some fresh air. So, but this, I don't think it's the case for them, because I know after a difficult game, after a difficult tournament, the quality of sleep is much worse. So. It's only challenges. I mean, I don't have a good recipe for them.
Yeah. Well, you guys at FIDE are bringing a lot of competitions here in Romania. There is one coming up in July, the International Schools Chess Festival. Tell us a bit about that.
I would say opposite. Actually, FIDE has some good partners, and the Romanian Chess Federation is one of them. Like Kazakhstan Chess Federation, for example, we had the World Championship match there, and we have the World Blitz and Rapid there. Same in Romania, we organize this Grand Chess Tour, we organize many youth events, and the initiative about this tournament in Ploiești, right?
In Ploiești,
by the way, my grandfather used to live all his life in Ploiești. So the initiative came, of course, from the Romanian side. And Ionuț Dobronoțeanu, he is already the chairperson of this organization, Chess in School organization. So the initiative comes from municipality, from him, from the government, and we support. We just endorse it, but it's a very good moment for this tournament to be organized, because the idea of promoting of inter-school competitions on the world level, on the global level, it's something new. We had this tradition, if you remember, in Romania and former Soviet Union and other countries, when we have this inter-school competitions. Now we bring it to the level of global competition, and immediately after that, next month, we will organize also the World School Championship. So this tournament, this festival in Ploiești will be a very important stage, like a repetition before the championship. And for me, my first game I won in my career, it was in this inter-school competition. So I really think it's a very important competition, and we are thankful to the Romanian organizers for this initiative.
It's always a pleasure to hear that more and more youth competitions and the new generation is being nurtured here in Romania. Victor, thank you very much for joining the show, and we'll see you around.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Guys, back to you.
And thank you for that, Cristian. Indeed, you still remember your scholastics competitions as we see Nepo, Wesley racing for a draw in this, the 8th round, championship round. But Nepo, I mean, I think he just wants to put this tournament behind him, and we're about to see a repetition back and forth. Queen D6, Queen E4 check, quite a number of what we might call grandmaster draws. But again, Nepo's competition
hasn't gone his way.
Not at all, not at all. And he'll put this one behind him. Wesley, on the other hand, he has had, I want to say, a nice event, yes, but multiple chances, I would say, to also improve his score. And he's just there, I think he's kind of showboating a bit. We're going to see a draw. Another game, I always found it very difficult to play against players I worked with. In other words, trainer games, if you will. And the game between Liren and Richie Rapport, nothing exceptional there. I think these two gentlemen, they really appreciate, respect what happened in the World Championship. That was quite the adventure for both of them. And here they're facing off. Now, Richie is the one having a very successful event. And he might be thinking, you know, well, my guy's a little bit tired. I should like to fight and play. But even a wounded world champion is still a world champion. And the draw has been agreed between Nepo and Wesley.
I don't think Wesley minds a draw with black pieces, quick draw.
Not at all.
He gets to rest today and come back tomorrow. I think he has white pieces
Exactly.
for the final round. So
it's always a little bit, you know, for the spectators, you know, you see the rounds barely underway and you've already made a draw. But again, this jockeying for Grand Chess Tour positioning, Grand Chess Tour points, and the prize fund. Both players essentially happy with the result. Var, jump in and tell us what games have caught your attention.
Yeah, let's take a look at one of the games. Duda game is very interesting. It's actually one of the openings that I play for many years. It's a Slav exchange, so I have some knowledge about that opening. So I will show you some key lines there. So he's playing Firouzja here. So it's a Slav defense exchange variation. So I'll get to the key position here. And this was played actually in a World Championship match in 2008 between Kramnik and Anand. This particular line. And here, after the move bishop b4, White also has this interesting option knight e5, which is also quite popular here. But he played the move bishop b5, which I played many times. You actually have a threat. You just want to take queen takes b4 here, pick up the bishop. I actually won a game once in a simul. One of my young students played the move queen b6 here, thinking that if I take on c6, he takes back with a pawn and the bishop is protected. But he didn't realize that actually I can just take the bishop here immediately, and you cannot capture back because of the pin here. In fact, this position, queen b3 is a very tricky move. You really have to know the theory here, otherwise you can lose here immediately. For example, b6 will lose to the move bishop b5 immediately, and you don't have a good way to protect c6, and knight e5 is winning a piece. Another option is if you play queen d7, same thing, queen is very badly placed here. You play the move knight e5, attacking the queen. If you take back, pawn takes, attacking the knight, and as soon as the knight moves, you lose your queen to the move bishop b5.
Whoops, again.
Yeah, and that's why you really have to play the move bishop b4. I think there was a game between Ivanchuk and Hikaru after the move queen b6. They got to a similar structure, maybe with a different move order, and Ivanchuk won an excellent game in this endgame because of just these two weaknesses. It's actually a very unpleasant endgame to play. You always have to worry about these pawns here. But in the game, we see the move bishop b4, which is the best move. Bishop b5. Now castles, bishop c6. And of course, you cannot capture back the bishop immediately. You lose the bishop, so you have to play bishop c3. Queen takes c3. And And here, black is, Alireza is still thinking rook c8 is by far the most popular move. But I had a game like this against Grandmaster Bogdan-Daniel from China in 2019. He actually took back, which was a little bit of a surprise for me. I always thought after this I should be a little bit better, but it's not so clear even here. There are some dynamics with the move knight e4 here coming up. But the main move from that mentioned game, Anand, Kramnik Anand, was rook c8, knight e5, knight g4. And now after capture here is a very important move you have to play as white. Otherwise, after rook c6, you have absolutely nothing. You have to play the move queen b4. And here, if you take back with the pawn, this position is actually quite unpleasant because you have just two really serious weaknesses, a7 and c6, and white has a long-term advantage here. So that's why you have to play the move rook c6, queen takes b7, queen c8 takes, and with a very accurate play, actually, black should be able to hold this endgame. But there are some important moves you have to know.
And once again, the head-to-head lifetime score between these two players, Duda and Firouzja, it looks pretty one-sided.
Yeah,
I got to tell you.
Very good for Firouzja. 4 wins against Duda and 3 draws.
Not bad. And if Ali could pull off a victory today, wouldn't that be sweet? As that would propel him into first place. Talking about first place, I just want to turn our attention back to the game of Fabi for a moment, because from the Italian opening, I want to say that Fabi has played as ambitiously as he possibly could. So we don't see this a lot after d7, d6. White undertakes the immediate expansion b4. Oftentimes we see in these Italian games that black is playing moves like a6 as well as a5 in preparation for this expansion. Well, Fabi does it right away. b4, a4, let's go. Now, your bishop's about to be trapped. I mean, you've got to pay attention to this threat. But Anish's move, a5, not only addresses the threat, it introduces one of his own. He's ready to capture twice on b4, thank you for the pawn. Now, after you push the knight away, I've often said the knight on c6 is a bit of a problem piece in the e4, e5 construction. Anish is very happy to get in the maneuver knight c6 to e7 to g6. His knight's going to be fine on g6, helping his king, blah, blah, blah. Everything's going well. Now, after castles, knight d7, I have seen so often players play preparatory moves like h2, h3, rook e1, and slowly, slowly, slowly unwind.
Yes, I've also seen bishop b3 or bishop a2.
Bishop b3, bishop a2, making room for the knight so the knight can swing itself to c4, menace the bishop. But I tell you, it's very rare to see white, you know, like bang, going d3, d4. So white has gotten in his queenside expansion very early. He's expanding in the center. I mean, I can see it's still all theory, but I can't imagine white playing any more ambitiously than Fabi is right now, Var.
Absolutely, yeah. He actually played this d4 move. It's a pretty rare move here, guys. It's only 7 games played. The main move in this position is bishop b3 instead. So in this position has been played, I see 173 games in my database here. And the main move is bishop b3. Also, perhaps with the idea knight c4, attacking the bishop, and then you can play bishop e3 and recapture with a knight. You really want to have a knight on e3 in this position to be able to jump into d5 and f5 squares. So bishop e3 is the main move. Rook e1 is played. 25 games, bishop a2 as well, with the same idea to clear the c4 square. But this move, d4, is pretty rare here. And I'm looking at the names. I don't see any big names that play this move. So this is definitely some good prep here by Fabiano. And in all 7 games played in this position, black played the move bishop g4, which is also the best move recommended by the engines. And the idea here is you're already threatening to take here on f3. So for example, if h3, then you have bishop takes f3. And if you take back with the queen, I can take the pawn on d4 and recapture with the bishop. And if you take with the knight, now you have the e4 pawn hanging. So that's why you have to do something after the move bishop g4. And the best move here is to play queen c2. You get out of the pin, and at the same time now, if the capture is on f2, you take back with this knight, and e4 pawn is protected. So after the move queen c2, black can just continue developing with the queen d7, now connecting the rooks and getting ready to put the rook on e8 and perhaps the other rook on d1. So it's an equal position, and there are a few more moves I can show here. D takes e5, if you pawn takes e5, bishop a3, and you play rook fd8. It looks like it's equality, but it can get really sharp. There is a possibility of the move knight g5 here as well.
Thank you, Var. And once again, the lifetime result, we highlighted this in the road ahead. 3-3 and 29 draws.
As equal as it can be.
Exactly. Wow, nothing between them. By the way, we have one other game that is also racing to a draw, and that's the game we referenced earlier between Ding Liren, who is having, frankly speaking, a really tragic tournament for the new world champion. I'm sure he came ambitiously to this event, just not aware, getting a good sense of his own energy levels. And by the way, you know, you really don't know until you get there. I mean,
Exactly.
there are certain times that you feel really, really well, and everything has gone wrong for our newly crowned world champion. And he, I think, is heading quickly for a draw in this queen and knight versus queen and knight position.
And if we can take a look at the MVL game,
Let's do it.
MVL Deac's game started exactly the same as Caruana Giri's, but then MVL chose to develop knight to a3 instead of d2, which is more typical way to develop.
Exactly. He played castles. There was no b2, b4, and a2, a4 as in the game of Fabi. He castled, so a7, a5, very traditional move just to stop the move b4. But in some ways, you know, you're ready to sidestep a d3, d4. So as you were saying, the knight did not go to the traditional d2 square, but rather the a3 square. So it's not that you're really menacing the move knight b5. I think it's just a different pathway into the center of the board.
See, I'm not familiar with Italian game. I don't really play e4, e5. Is the knight c2's idea to go to e3, or is it supporting d4?
To go to e3, and oftentimes it depends. In some ways, it's like an echo of yesterday's game. White is waiting for black to play castle so he can go bishop g5, right? You know, and Anish might have trouble playing the h6, g5 to break the pin, right? So definitely you would love to have your bishop on g5 and the knight on the e3 square so that you could menace knight d4.
Deac did play h6 to avoid bishop
Yeah, something that maybe Ding Liren wish he had done also. It's a cautious move, but we know why, after studying the game of Anish yesterday, why the move h7, h6, that precaution is sometimes merited. Knight c2, castles, bishop e3. This is kind of a success. Smalls, but you like the small victories too, right? They add up, right? So it's a kind of a small success that this bishop on a7 does get to trade itself for its counterpart. And again, the same knight maneuver as Daniel looks to reroute his knight. He's not particularly worried about bishop takes e7, rook takes a7.
Fun fact, I see in the Lichess database that there is one game played by Bogdan-Daniel Deac with black pieces.
Yes, so the MVL could have prepared this position. How did it go, Nasi?
There was bishop takes a7.
Okay,
rook takes a7 and d4.
And d3, d4, right away. Okay, intriguing. d3, d.
And Daniel did win this game with the black pieces.
With the black pieces. Yes. And how did it continue, if you don't mind me asking?
Knight g6.
Knight g6.
D takes e5. Pawn takes back. And the queens got exchanged.
Trade.
And rook a to d1.
And then black went on to win a very equal-looking ending. I assume he played rook e. I don't assume he traded. And even though this rook looks a little forlorn, you can see that c6, b5, or the rook would just drop back. So equal position, so he's got experience in this ending. Now, one of the things that I always worry about as white in such positions, after we trade, and d3, d4, I always worry about, okay, I can play knight take, I can take and play for the move d5. So the highly desirable, keep your central pawn duo very nicely is met by d5, and that breaks up the team, really reduces White's advantage.
Ends up with an isolated pawn on d4.
And that's not exactly what
Not
what
with the
you're
knight on
for.
c2, you don't want that. Yes.
No. So, but of course, in this particular moment, you would probably recapture the queen, maybe provoking knight c6. And White, well, it's not much. It's not much, but probably I would prefer to play White. Let's just drop in on the game between Liren versus his trainer, Richie Rapport, because they have been a repetition.
Yes, they just shook hands and agreed to a draw.
Yes, as Liren hopes to wind down arguably one of the worst tournaments of his career.
Yes, unfortunately for him. But Richard gets to have a little bit of a rest day today.
As well as Wesley.
Tomorrow he's going to be playing the tournament leader Fabiano with the white pieces.
Right, so and you couldn't ask for anything better than that. Destiny's in your hands.
He'll have some extra time today to prepare against Fabi.
Yeah, so championship rounds today and tomorrow. As well, at the start of the show, Var, you were saying the road ahead to the players, and as we were doing those comparisons of the roads ahead, it seemed to me that Fabi had the hardest road to hoe, as he's playing all of his nearest rivals.
Absolutely, Yasser. He's playing Anish, who is in good form and definitely motivated after yesterday's beautiful victory against the world champion. And then he's playing Rapport, and he needs to be careful. If he takes too much risks and perhaps lose a game, then Rapport can actually surpass him. And so it's a very important game here for Fabiano today against Anish. And once again, the road ahead. This is for Anish, he's playing Fabiano, and then he's playing Jan with the white pieces. I see an opportunity in that game because definitely Jan is struggling and he just wants this tournament to finish as soon as possible. So I see a game where Anish is definitely going to press. So even if he is half a point behind, let's say he draws today, it's a good result. He still has opportunities to win tomorrow and perhaps force the tiebreak.
And this is a crucial game. If you will update us on the game between Fabi and Anish, because we had just a few moves that were played. Again, I wanted to say that from Fabi's point of view, he has played the most ambitious way he could. He's expanded both on the queen side and as well as with the move d3, d4 in the center. h7, h6, we're still in the computer database of openings. Rook e1, rook e8, bishop a3. That's a little bit off the beaten track. And if I can pick your database for a moment, what is the outcome percentage-wise in this position, Var? Does white win often, black win often, draw? What are the stats?
Well, we have only one game, Yasser, and it was that one game ended in a draw here. I think black is very comfortable here in this position. I see some good opportunities for him. So let's take a look at some of the key ideas here in this position for both players.
Sure.
So that one game played between, I think, two grandmasters, about 2,600. And here, black can actually start off with a pretty aggressive looking move, knight f4 here. It's not that necessary to develop the bishop on g4 immediately, so just knight comes into f4. And the best move is to try to bring this bishop back on f1 here. At some point, you're gonna try to maybe play the move g3 to remove this knight. Because if, let's say, you don't want to do that, you play the move queen c2, just developing, then there are some ideas such as even knight h7, knight g5 coming in. You also can play the move e takes d4. And if you play c takes d4, this move is very unusual, actually. But apparently it works. Queen d7 with a very direct idea to go to g4 here. And let's say you play bishop f1, queen g4 anyway. Now you're threatening the move knight h3. Again, it's not very human way to play, but apparently it's very active here. It's very hard to get rid of these pieces here. So now one of the best options is to play g3, but again, I don't think we're going to see something like this happening and giving up the light square bishop. And again, this is the best way to continue for white. So most likely, when you're faced with a move queen g4, your logical response is, I'll just go here, king h1.
Sidestepping knight h3.
Yes, and now suddenly we see the dynamics in this position. Very strong move, d5 comes in now, breaking the center and now getting ready to get that bishop on f5 with a tempo. So again, if we don't want to open the position, we'll play the move e5. Now we see the problem. Bishop f5 hitting the queen, and queen moves away, knight e4. And look at the activities of the black pieces here. Black is actually much, much better in this position.
No me gusta.
So it's
Black.
a little bit tricky. And
yeah, it's wow. Black could seize the initiative. And let's jump to Bucharest and check in with Cristian.
Well, just to give you a light insight on that particular game, I was having dinner yesterday with Fabiano and his second here in Bucharest. And at the beginning of the dinner, they asked me to predict the opening for tomorrow's game against Anish. And, you know, I started saying Catalan or maybe the Berlin, things of that nature. They didn't say anything. At the end of the dinner, they said, tomorrow we're probably going to have the Italian. And I was like, the Italian, you haven't been playing a lot of Italian recently. And he was like, yeah, we have something new ready. That's an ominous sign and an ominous message. And I didn't delve deep into the details. Obviously, that's not my business at this competition. And I let them go on with their night and go get ready for the next day's match. But there is something new being cooked in the Caruana kitchen last night, and right now is being essayed and shown on the board. Anish understands that. He knows that he will have to solve some problems, some practical problems over the chessboard. Objectively, it's very difficult to find an advantage, but you can always find something practical to play for. And I think this is what we are looking at right now. And as I told you guys at the beginning of the show, Fabi and Anish, for that matter, they're definitely looking to score in this round. It's going to be a very, very intriguing matchup.
Cristian, I got to ask you, who are the cooks? You said that you had dinner with Fabi and his second trainer. Who is Fabi's second trainer these days?
Yeah, you're asking me the hot questions, yes.
Hey,
I don't think
inquiring minds want to know.
Much of an insight right now, but I'm still not 100%, so I'm not going to give out any names.
We don't even get a reveal.
But I think it's more or less
we've got a
public knowledge
scoop.
at this point.
No,
I cannot do that. I cannot give you all the ingredients, Yasser. I cannot give you all the ingredients. Maybe the people know, and generally Fabi is not one to hide things too much, but it's not my place to give you all the ingredients. For
Cristian, I'm not asking for the recipe. I don't want your secrets. I just want to know who's in the kitchen. Who are the cooks? All right, my friend, we'll let that go, and we would like to invite our audience, as always, each and every day. Social media, send us your tweets. How do they do that, Nancy?
You can send us tweets using the hashtag Superbet Chess Classic, or you can tag Grand Chess Store as well. And if you're watching YouTube or Twitch on St. Louis Chess Club, feel free to send us questions there too.
Join the conversation and challenge us. And in fact, we have a tweet. Wonderful. Let's go.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was really quick. This one is from Alpha Chess Move, and it comes from Twitter.
And this is a question for you. Yasser, can you comment on your 1989 game with Garry Kasparov, Skellefteå? Skellefteå, sorry.
Yes, Sweden.
Was this your most prolific game with Garry?
This was absolutely, first of all, thank you for the question and the fact that you would even remember the Skellefteå game. That was for me a career-defining game. I was playing the world champion Garry Kasparov, obviously, and we played a Donnybrook, one for the ages. That was the kiss game, by the way, where he made such a howler, I wanted to give him a kiss. And the crazy part is, you know, like this is almost, I want to say a few months later, we were on a flight from Moscow to Spain together, and we were sitting next to each other. We spent the entire flight analyzing the game.
Wow.
Like, he just didn't want to give it. He was trying to find the truth in the position. Was I winning? Did he have enough compensation for the piece? And it was just wow, what a Donnybrook. And I did my very, very best to capture all of our analysis and notes for Inside Chess magazine that I was publishing at the time, and then eventually I incorporated those notes into my book, Chess Duels. My duels with all the world champions and some stories. And Gary, wow, as world champion, I got to tell you, he was just amazing, amazing personality, folks. And at the board, he was kinetic and energy personified. And well, I love playing against Gary. I just thought he was the greatest player.
How many times did you play him?
Well, it's strange. I mean, you know, in some ways, it wasn't that we played that much, because these guys, you just saw that graphic, 3-3 and 29 draws. Yeah. We only played like a dozen games, but they feel like each and every one. Yeah, well, yeah, but again, you know, the modern players are playing a lot more. But we played an enormous amount of blitz games together. And in that tournament in Skellefteå, Gary was furious, because in the last round he was in clear first. Karpov won the game, tied for first with Gary, and Gary was really angry that he had tied for first with Karpov, even though he won the GMA Grand Tour. And he comes storming into the players' room and he says, "Yasser, I need some money. I'm gonna kill you in blitz so that I can go buy dinner." So we were gonna play for $10 a game, doesn't matter. And I said, "Gary, we're gonna play blitz and you may win, but you're only gonna win a Happy Meal." And I mean, we played, I'm not joking, I mean, something like 9 in the evening to 3 o'clock in the morning, and he was +2.
So it was that even?
It was that even, and not only that, all the McDonald's were closed, so he didn't even get the dinner. It was pretty fun. So, and I played Gary all over the world blitz. We both enjoyed blitz. He normally got the best of me, but the matches were really a lot of fun, really, really, really competitive, and a lot of great story. I mean, Gary was he loved playing blitz. He just loved chess. He loved playing. And when you got a chance to play the world champion, I don't care what time of day, you say, "I agree, I'm there, yeah. I'm there." Thank you for the question. Thank you very much. And Avar, I think you too certainly enjoy a good blitz match now and then against the top players. If Levon Aronian gives you a call, I don't care, midnight, says, "Come over, let's play blitz," you're going to say yes.
Absolutely, Yasser. I enjoy playing blitz, especially with Levon. And again, it's very hard to play him. And, you know, and his trash talking also, you know, not only he beats you, but the trash talking, he's so skilled. And yeah, I really played blitz with a lot of very, very top players. In fact, we do a lot of training on blitz with students from the St. Louis University. And we are looking forward possibly playing in the World Rapid and Blitz tournament this year. So it's an event that everyone is excited, and I've played once in 2017 and really enjoyed it. The blitz, I would say, it's always been a big fun for me to play against very, very top players. Always enjoy it, and it's a good part of my training to stay in shape.
Now you've got the game of Duda and Firouzja behind you, and you were telling us about these bishop takes c6 and b takes c6. First of all, update the position for us, and are we still in opening theory?
We are still in theory here, but something very interesting I want to mention here. So after the move bishop c6 here, in this position,
not rook c8.
Not rook c8. Not only that, he spent about almost 20 minutes on this move, knight e4. And the main move here is, of course, the rook c8, which I showed here. BC was played a few times, and knight e4 is the second most popular move in this position. There are some games between grandmasters. Peter Hein and Nielsen had a game. So it's a possible move here, but definitely I think Alireza is trying to avoid this rook c8 line, because there you don't have any chances in that endgame that I showed. You're just trying to make a draw here, but I think he's looking for some potential chances here. Knight e4 Queen a3 is the best move here. Queen is actually very well placed in this position because it cannot be attacked, and also putting pressure on a7, and most importantly, controlling the c5 square. This is something you want to try to prevent, not allow black to play this move c5 because the c6 pawn is a backward pawn here. And now he played the move rook c1. In this position, knight e5 has been played 6 times. Castle is another possibility. h3 was played. But rook c1 is very rare, only 2 games played. And definitely a logical move because you're putting pressure on c6. And now black should respond here. One of the best moves here for him is to play the move rook c8. And it's actually very interesting, Yasser. The best move, at least for now, the depth is not too high on the engine, is actually say white can play the move knight g1.
Say what?
With the idea
Knight
to play
G1.
f3 and get rid of the knight, because when you play f3, the knight doesn't have any good squares to retreat except going back to f6. And then you have a full control of the c5 square. Of course, this is a move we're not going to see. Most likely we'll see the move castle, but it's just kind of curious that this move is actually possible to play. If you castle, sometimes you have to be careful. Black can actually go for g5 in this position. So you really have to calculate these positions after f6 now. Black can play the move h5, h4, and try to get some counterplay here. But here white can play rook fd1, h5, and very important to get rid of this knight on e4 because it's always very annoying. So you play the move knight d2 here, try to exchange and get the bishop on d6 here. But the following line is kind of forced here. Now bishop takes e4, you can play bishop d6, and here you're a little bit better because now rook has to go away, you have f3, and you also have all the weaknesses here on c6 and a7. So let's see if there is another move black can play here. Actually, there's a big difference here. You have to take back with the pawn in order not to lose that tempo after f3. So bishop d6, rook f7, and this position is more or less equal. There is some counterplay coming up with h3, and if you play the move h3 as well, this is going to be in hook because black can play rook g7 and get some counterplay later on with the move g4.
Thank you for that. Let's take a look at Firouzja's line score and how he got here. He started in the worst possible way,
Yes.
Yassi.
He started with a loss against Wesley So, and then after 2 draws, he came back with 2 wins back-to-back.
Very, very nice. And he didn't stop there either.
No, yesterday, what a beautiful game he won against Nepomniachtchi.
And today, I mean, a lot at stake in this game versus Duda. And I just had to say, Var, that move knight g1, no. But if you were going to go for f2, f3 in such a position, like I think you said rook c8. So if I had it in my mind, yes, you got to play f3, you got to play f3, you got to move your knight. I'm not going knight g1, I'm going knight e5 in order to play f3, and maybe, who knows, on a good day I could get in g4. Now, why didn't the computer like knight e5?
It's a very specific reason, actually, but knight e5 is a move you're always looking forward to play here, and then f3 will be very strong. But here black has a very strong response, and that is c5.
c5?
Yes.
A move I thought I had under control, actually.
Yeah. It seems like we have the control here. We have 3 pieces guarding the c5 square, but the problem now is as soon as we take, Yasser, the move f6 comes in with the tempo. And then we move the knight, let's say knight d3 or knight f3,
right?
then another tempo move, e5 comes in. And now black has a complete control of the center, and we cannot go to g3 in this position because after knight takes g3, we're going to there is a pressure on d3 as well here. So also...
Whoa. Bishop g3, right?
Yeah, another idea, bishop g3, actually, d4 comes in, opening up the position here. And now we see a lot of pressure on d3, on the d file. And again, the king is still in the middle. And that is a big problem. Here, actually, white is already in serious trouble in this position. Perhaps you have to play the move knight f3 here, but also here e5. At least it's a little bit more stable. Bishop g3, and now we see this idea g5 and then h5, h4, because you have such a strong center in this position. The compensation is it's really good compensation for black here.
Just for 1 pawn getting that position, it looks very good for black.
It does indeed, and it's kind of a remarkable turnaround. You know, you play knight on f3 to e5, and you're thinking, like, I've got c6, I'm ready to capture on c6, I've got c5 under control, and all I need is just one tempo to play f3, and I'm gold. And then the turnaround happened really, really fast. Again, a big shout out to our audience. Thank you for your questions, keeping us on our toes. More social media, by all means, as we are in our championship rounds. We haven't seen MVL versus
I think
Daniel.
they're following the game that I mentioned that was played by Deac, except there's one difference.
He didn't take
MVL didn't take on a7.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, but we do have the
I don't
queen
know if
trade.
that's an improvement or not, but it's slightly different.
We could always transpose, right?
Yes.
So we're expecting after the move rook d1 that black, slightly behind in development, might not want to trade the rooks. But the move rook e8, preps c6, potentially preparing b5. But even more importantly, if I can get rid of this very aggressive bishop, if I can get rid of this aggressive bishop.
But I'm curious,
Yes,
again,
please.
maybe I don't understand these positions that
Please.
well since I don't have experience, but instead of rook e8, why not simply bishop d7, bishop c6? Because that
All right,
looks good to me.
Well, it's one of those things whenever I see that I voluntarily pin myself, like I have this
temporary.
inner revulsion. Yeah, okay, it is
It's
temporary.
temporary.
And I have this inherent fear that I'm setting myself up for some kind of a tactical loss. I don't know if I can take advantage of it right away, but assuming I'm playing knight e3, why else did I put my knight on c2 if not to play the e3 square?
Let's say I drop my rook back to a8.
In order to break the pin and simply defending the rook. I mean, I'm looking at it now, see, I don't see anything, convincing that, or I'm not necessarily convincing myself that I have advantage, but let's just pursue it a move or two. So knight d5, give me the pawn, or let me double your pawn. Probably
So
you're going to
take it.
trade.
Yes.
I'll take. Now give me this guy.
Do I have bishop c6 here?
Right, that's the problem. Bishop to c6, and I don't have time to do anything absolutely wonderful. No, and if I take with the bishop, gift me this pawn. Probably c6, I don't know.
Now I will have to play c6 and then
Probably,
quickly
right?
bishop g4 maybe on the next move.
Yeah, well, it seems to me like
fine.
you're solving, I didn't do anything to disrupt you from that.
But
I
Deac,
don't see anything immediate, no.
okay, so
Yeah.
it's possible.
It's definitely possible.
Deac did play rook e8 instead of bishop d7.
Yeah, but to Nazi's point there, Var, I mean, if you can solve your problems, opening problems in the way that she wants to, and get a firm equality, that's great. Did I miss something? I didn't see a way of exploiting her move order.
No, I think bishop d7 was actually slightly more accurate than the
Even.
move that, than the move that
Well done.
rook e8 played. Rook e8, there is a little bit of an edge here. I'll show a couple of moves there.
Please.
There is a chance maybe for MVL to have a very small advantage in this position now after rook e8. So here he should start with taking on a7. Now rook takes f7, and now you move this knight to d2.
Okay.
Because then you want to put the pawn on f3 to make sure this knight is misplaced on f6 here.
Okay.
So, and then you can play knight e3 and try to bring the knight on d5. So one option here is the move c6 to control the d5 square, but also that weakens a little bit the dark squares d6 and b6. And here I like this move a4 to make sure black cannot play the move b5. And again, a little bit awkward still. This rook on a7, the bishop is on c8, and at some point, even if we exchange bishops, this knight is going to be very well placed on c4, putting pressure on a5 and e5 pawn. There's a weak squares on b6 and d6 here as well. So king f8, for example, knight e3, and you have to play now like maybe b6 or bishop d7. Very slightly better position for white. After f3, maybe you can even play the move knight b3, double up the rooks. I see a small edge in this position for MVL.
By the way, we do have the move knight d2 without the capture on a7 on the board, and kind of along the same lines that you were just discussing. White is looking to play f2, f3, and kind of make the knight on f6 look a little bit, well, poorly placed. I'll just leave it there for the moment.
And I would just point out that in the game Caruana Giri, Anish is still thinking after bishop a3.
By the way, I love that line that Var was showing, because it's a very unusual line, I want to say. I think we started with queen d7 immediately, or maybe it was knight f4 immediately. And the idea of knight f4 is you just go like, hey, you know, my knight's on g6, it wants to go to f4, eyeballing g2, d3. And if you play very natural looking queen c2 move, well, then just suddenly and shockingly out of the blue, you know, comes queen d7, and when you drop back anticipating queen g4, this capture queen g4, and suddenly this queen has teleported itself across the board to g4, where it's really being aggressive. Yeah. The most immediate threat is knight h3 check, pardon me, knight h3 check, and picking up the f2 pawn. King h1 looks like a really reasonable move, till you see d5. You think, okay, e5, and suddenly, wait a minute, whoa, 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 whoa. The initiative is all on one side of the board. This comes with a gain of tempo. Knight is ready to jump to e4, and it's looking really, really good. Now, having said all of this,
play, and black develops so quickly.
Well, look at those fistful of pieces on the king side. Now, having said this, now see,
Anish has been thinking for the last half hour.
That's what I wanted to say. I mean, clock times. Now, we saw it yesterday against Ding. He also thought, but he found all of those good, gorgeous moves as well. Sorry, please.
Time might be an issue in this game, like if he gets himself into time trouble, because we're only on move 13.
Right.
It is super early in the game, and while he's trying to figure out the best way to deal with this somewhat of a novel idea that Fabi presented, in critical moments he will need that time to figure out what to do. Exactly.
And he looks stressed.
He looks very stressed.
Like,
because Fabi is scary.
Opening preparation is definitely frightening. Yeah.
And when he comes in and plays all these moves fast, and it's something you haven't seen before,
and look at this,
extra scary.
He is reaching for. Now, in principle, this is why Anish was spending so much time. In principle, the move e5 takes d4 is what we would call a no-no. You don't do this, because if you don't have something immediate like d6, d5, or you know, play against the pawn on e4 because of the bishop being on g4, the idea is the c3 pawn, which is a little bit passive, not doing anything.
Surprise, surprise. Fabi instantly responded with queen b3. He didn't take the pawn back.
What? We're going to cancel his membership into the Pawn Grubbers Club immediately. So Fabi was absolutely prepped for e5 takes d4. To finish the thought, however, after the recapture c3, White has this central pawn duel. And with a board full of pieces, these central pawns, our predecessors, have proven significant advantages for White. So normally speaking, you don't trade off this good e5 pawn for this bad c3 pawn, but Anish had a very specific idea. And he's not going to get a chance to show it, because Fabi also has a very specific idea. He played queen b3 instantly, and I got to assume that this was a top move from the engine, because Fabi's preparation is so good. Var, jump in.
Absolutely. This is the really scary part. Fabi plays this move immediately, and there's almost 50 minutes advantage on the clock here, and most likely he has analyzed the next 10 moves also, the next 10 best moves for black, and this is a really scary prep, and once again we see how strong is Fabi's opening preparation. So let's take a look. What can Anish do here? I really like that knight f4 line we were discussing with that queen d7, queen g4.
Right.
But ed move, it's something that I would be a little bit hesitant to play when I see opponent is prepared, because most likely he had analyzed this ed, cd, d5 line. So, but let's see here, what can Anish do in this position to neutralize the position?
Well, first of all, two quick questions for you. Is this still theory? I mean, was the move Queen B3 a novelty, in other words? And if so, statistically, how is it supposed to be?
Queen B3 is still played in that one game.
It has been played
following
before.
that one game.
Okay.
Yes, after Queen B3, and now the threat is to
Check.
take on F7 here. In that game, Black played the move Bishop E6, and again the game between about 2,600 grandmasters that ended in a draw. Bishop E6, and if Bishop takes E6, Rook E6, and C takes D4, and Black played Queen D7 here. Looks like Black is playing a lot of the most precise moves, and the idea is to double up the rooks and try to put pressure on E4 here. Very small advantage here for White, but another option here I see for Black here is to play the move D5, which is the top move of engines in this position. It makes sense. You want to blockade this diagonal. Of course, the main move to consider first is to take. E takes D5. Now, Black can take on C3 immediately or can try to exchange the rook. Let's say if you exchange the rooks first, Rook takes E1, and then D takes C3, attacking the knight. And now, if you take back Queen C3, then there is Knight takes D5. You actually can capture this pawn, and it's a sharp line. Queen D5.
It looks scary.
It looks scary. Yeah, it looks scary, but somehow it's just its evaluation is just equal. But,
wow, that pin of the
It's
equal.
not easy to get out of that pin either.
No, it's not something I would want to voluntarily allow. But continue.
Yeah. So
please.
if you play Queen C4, then there is this Queen F5 in this position. And somehow Black is okay here. Now you're threatening to play the move Bishop E6 next. So very, very, very complicated. So after the move Queen B3,
I have a question, Var.
Bishop E6 is probably with a safer choice.
Can Anish still play the idea you suggested earlier? So if he starts with Queen D7 right now, hoping to
Queen
go
D7.
Knight F4 and Queen G4 in the future.
Now
defending
takes,
F7, yeah.
And let's say Knight F4.
Right.
Knight F4 in this position here. The problem might be that there is a move G3 here immediately, attacking the knight. And if you play the move Queen G4, there is Bishop F7 now.
Right.
So I don't have that.
Knight H3 check. It's still playable actually. King G2. You can play the move Knight G5 here. And Knight takes G5. Pawn takes G5.
Still something a
Interesting,
little bit.
but Black didn't manage to deal with the center.
But okay, but Nazi, to your point, you've got Queen H3 check on your agenda, and maybe on a good day, Knight G4.
Yeah.
You're not that terribly worried.
And you have a
about
good
the F7
pressure
pawn.
on the center. The E4 is hanging, D4 is hanging.
Looks
so
like a
this could be playable actually as well. But Anish is still thinking at the moment, and
well, this of course is a huge game. It's a game for first place. If Fabi can win the game and kick Anish down the ladder there, well, obviously he would be in first place position going. But as we prepare for our break, a couple of results thus far.
Right, we had two quick draws today, Deac versus Rapport and Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So.
Not unexpected in the Liren versus Vachier-Lagrave game. As we prepare for break, before we're going to go on break, we always like to check in on our friends at Q Boutique, stlouis.com, to find out what they have as a special. Well, take a look. Very handsome chess set. The stunning set will make a statement in any room. These traditional Staunton-style metal chessmen are handcrafted in Italy and feature a 3-inch king. The unique octagonal alabaster board features a wooden frame around the border and a storage drawer. Board is 17 by 17 with 1.5-inch squares. Octagonal alabaster board. Easy for me to say. Got myself tongue-tied there. But yeah, the storage drawers are a really nice addition to the handsome set. All your shopping needs, check out Q Boutique. We'll see you on the other side of our first break.
See you soon.
the World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
In 2019, the Missouri Bicentennial Commission, along with Governor Mike Parsons, approved the building of a life-size chessboard to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the state of Missouri. Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, a lifelong patron of Scouting and Great Rivers Council Board member, proposed that the project be built as an Eagle Scout project. Jeannie invited 16-year-old Andrew Dowden of Troop 6, Jefferson City, to take on this incredibly important project.
My name is Andrew Dowden, and I belong to Troop 6 in Jefferson City, Missouri. So my troop, we were down camping down at the Sinkfields, and Jeannie came down and asked, is anyone close to getting their Eagle or needing a project? She had this idea of the Eagle Scout Project chessboard, and she wanted somebody to kind of work with her to see what we could come up with. At the time, I kind of had a project in line, but when she brought up this idea, obviously I wanted to choose it because it was a lot better idea than what I had started. Prior to this project, I did not really know anything about chess. Once I got into this project, I downloaded an app on my phone and started playing chess, and I took the chess merit badge down at Scout Camp. This was a bicentennial chessboard for the Historical Society of Missouri. There were a lot of people that helped me with this project because whenever I got the pictures from the Historical Society to engrave onto the granite, I wasn't very familiar with the technology needed to engrave on there, so I needed some assistance with that and learning how to do it. And after all that, I'm pretty sure I know how to do it now. So to engrave those edge pieces, I went down to the Lake of the Ozarks Scout Reservation, and we used the Epilogue laser, me and Thomas Yang did. I wasn't really expecting it to end out this big, but as me and Jeannie were working, it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger, which I didn't have a problem with. I thought, I can take on a little bit more and a little bit more, and it ended out to be a really, really cool project. So we had a ribbon cutting of the chessboard, and there were a whole bunch of people there, including the governor, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the State Historical Society, which all helped out during this entire project. Jeannie was there. I had to give a little speech that I didn't really know I had to do, but that kind of has taught me a little bit about speaking too, so I think that has helped me too. This project, it's made me real proud that everyone is enjoying it. Like every time I go down there, somebody's playing, and then they're taking care of it, which really makes me proud because me sinking all that time and everyone else that's helped me sinking in all that time, I like to see people use it, but I also like to see people appreciate it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the Superbet Round 8 Championship rounds. 2 left, and as we were on our break, we were looking at Anish Giri, and he had the look of somebody who's absolutely suffering. I see that body posture, and I'm thinking to myself, no, see, he's trying to remember his file. It's like, you know, he's not even calculating at the board. It's like, what did I write? Oh, I remember now. I'm supposed to recapture with my queen. Why is he suffering? And is he suffering? I think his position's fine, but is there something I'm missing?
His position is completely fine, but walking into your opponent's preparation is always very unpleasant.
Right. And Var, jump in. Is there some preparation that Anish is worried about?
Absolutely, Yasser. And it's, again, incredible preparation by Fabiano. And if Anish finds all the right moves, I think he will make a draw here with a repetition. But he really needs to find it, and it's really, really scary right now. He's more than 1 hour behind on the clock.
Wow.
And as you can see on the screen, 134 for Fabiano, 29 for Anish here. And the key move is right now here, guys. Queen takes e1. He needs to sacrifice his queen in this position. Otherwise, he will be slightly worse. Let me show you the key lines after the queen sacrifice.
Okay.
So queen takes e1. If you play queen d8, after queen c3, white is a little bit better here because of the better development here. Again, not a big advantage or anything. That knight d5 line, it's very possible that Fabiano probably analyzed another 10 moves deeper with the best computers. And there are some small problems for black here. But if Anish plays the move queen e1 here.
Right, knight e1.
Knight e1, takes on d2. Now the knight is under attack.
Knight f3.
Knight f3 is the only move. Now you're trying to capture the pawn on d2, and now white plays the move. You can play both knight e4 or knight g4, actually. It's going to lead to the same thing now. You're attacking the pawn on f2, and here now white needs to find the only move. Otherwise, he's in serious trouble. The move is d6 here.
Right, attacking f7 makes sense.
Knight takes f2. You are getting ready to promote this pawn into a queen with d1, and the way the game ends in a draw here is actually very nice. Bishop f7. King h8, you have to capture the pawn back, and then knight e4 comes in. And now you cannot play the move king f1 because you're going to lose your queen after knight d2, and black is just winning. So you're going to be forced to play the move king h1, knight f2 check, king g1, knight e4, and this is how the game can potentially end here.
Wow.
Well, not that difficult a calculation, actually, once you get to the position after knight e4. So I think Anish Giri is actually, you know, calculating queen takes e1. And once you see this move knight e4, because I think that's the hard follow-up.
Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah, you see him reaching across the board and ready to play queen takes e1. I think the time is the factor, too, that precipitates this move, queen takes e1. Being an hour down on the clock at this level, I mean, that's almost a suicide, right? But if you can force the draw, and he can calculate queen e1, knight e1, takes on d2, knight f3. If you don't see knight e4 right away, it's easy to reject this line, because materially speaking, you're going to be only a rook and minor piece. After knight takes d2 for the queen, and you're going to be close to losing. But the move knight e4, however temporarily, does defend.
He's reaching, and he does it.
He does it.
Another reason I like the move queen e1, Yasser, it's forcing the matters.
Exactly.
And if you play queen d8, you're more than an hour behind on the clock, and again, opponent is in prep. But here, I think you're finding the best move, queen e1, and very likely, you haven't done anything wrong to be losing in this position.
Exactly.
So, and now I think...
And there he goes.
Looks like he's going to find the move, and now Fabi has to play the move d6.
Right.
According to the engines, everything else is really, really bad here. And this is very impressive. It's a little bit of a gamble, right, we can say, for Fabi's part, you know, going to this line that it's just, it's a forced draw, but hoping maybe Anish wouldn't do it. But now Anish finds all the key moves, and looks like the game should end in a draw.
Well, I mean, we have trumpeted the great prowess of Fabi's opening preparation to the skies. Well, we got to do the hat tip to Anish as well. He has played queen e1, boldly sacrificing his queen, gone knight e4, and passed the torch and said, okay, your turn. I mean, it almost looks like somebody failed to take the pawn on d2 off the board, right? We were setting up the pieces from a previous game, and somehow we left the black pawn on d2. But with this black pawn on d2, with the pawn on f2 under attack, you know, you got to do something. And this move d7, pardon me, d5, d6 suggests itself as you attack f7. But that line that you showed, Var, that was pretty convincing. Knight takes, threatens to queen. Bishop takes f7.
And king h8, very important.
Check.
King h8.
King h8, best move. Don't walk into this bishop, and don't walk into a check with that bishop. Now, you're threatening the queen. Hello. So
Those
you better take.
Only moves.
Only moves. Now, knight check, and as you were saying, Var, king f1 walks into a royal fork. You'll lose your queen. Can't do it. You have to just accede to a perpetual check. And this is one of those games which kind of is super irritating. But this is one of those games that afterwards, the accuracy of the players is like perfect, 100%, right? 100%. Yeah. Every move is engine approved, you know, because it feels like prep from start to finish.
Yeah, impressive. I am very impressed by Anish. He took his time and found all the best moves being cut in a very difficult preparation, you know, very unpleasant preparation, but he makes an easy draw now with the block pieces.
And look at him go. They are speeding their way through the repetition.
And I wonder if he found all these moves at the board, or he remembered. He was trying to remember his prep.
I think that whole angst, that look of, you know, absolute anguish, you know. Yeah. Nobody suffers quite as well as these chess grandmasters, you know. Yeah. And he really had the suffering. And as we get ready for today, our semifinal broadcast, tomorrow's our last broadcast, we took a poll. Are we headed for a playoff? And the answers are...
These are the results. So 48% think yes, 2 players will have a playoff.
Right.
39% think no, it'll be one outright. And 11% thought that yes, 3 or more players will be tied.
Yeah, 11 just don't know. I'm in the I don't know category until I look at the game of Firouzja for just a moment, because when we left that game, things were really kind of heated up. Let's see. We were just about here. B takes, knight e4, B takes e6, rook c1, and then we were looking at this move g5, right? And this was a key moment right here. Yes. And Duda played knight d2, not the very first move that comes to your mind, because after all, you'll be leaving your king in the center, but he properly reasoned that even if his king is exposed in the center of the board, the bishops of opposite color, his control over the c5 break means that his king will be relatively safe.
Yes.
Nothing to worry about. Firouzja ended up capturing, king g7, rook c5. We're up to date with the players.
So we have avoided opposite color bishop positions.
We have. The imbalances are quite clear. Black's backward pawn on c6, a potential weakness as well of the a7 pawn. Maybe is a little bit the dynamic play as soon as white makes a decision of castling. Well, we are open to the idea of h5, h4. King g7 also is a reveal of sorts that we are looking to open the king side with h5, h4, and rook h8.
Yasser, would you consider leaving the king in the center here and playing with king e2?
Yes, very much so. I'm a little bit surprised by the decision to play rook c5, because, as you were about to say, leaving the king in the center means maybe, you know, you want to put your knight on one of these outposts, right? Whether it be c5 or e5, and you kind of feel like your king might want to be on d2, whereas you are taking some liberty. But rook c5, and I don't know. I'm uncertain. Var, help me out. This isn't this is not an easy imbalance to judge.
Yes, I think white is actually a little bit better in this position because of dark square weaknesses. Not a big advantage here, but there were a couple of interesting moves before that I want to show you guys, especially after the move g5. So if we go back a few moves in this position, Duda had another interesting alternative in this position when the g5 move was played. Bishop g3 is absolutely fine here, but you have this move, guys. Knight takes g5.
Hello.
Sacrificing a knight. It's a temporarily sacrifice. Then you play the move h4.
Hello.
Forcing the knight to go back on e4. And then you play the move f3. Again, you have to retreat to f6. And then he can play the move g4. This was another interesting idea. And actually, the best move in this position is to play the move bishop e4. Because after bishop h5, you're going to be attacked by h5. So you play the move bishop e4. And if takes, knight e4, and this position is it's unclear. Even though maybe white can take a pawn on c6, but the knight on e4, it's going to be an outpost that you can never really remove. So I think black will have enough compensation here. Just an interesting idea, knight takes g5 that white had. But he played the move bishop g3, which is normal. And again, the main goal in this position for white is try to get rid of this knight. If you can do that, then you're going to be better because you have a much better structure. Weaknesses on c6 and a7 here. So here, I think inaccurate move here by Alireza. He played the move rook c8. This is too slow. He needed to play the move h5 immediately in this position to threaten this move h4. And this is the best way to continue. And it's not easy to stop this move h6 here. So one of the key lines is to play h4 to prevent that. But then you play g4. Knight d2, and now we get a similar position in the game, but as you can see, the structure is not as good. With double pawns on g file, the weakness on a3. So here, actually, black is doing fine here after queen b6. And but in the game, he played the move rook c8, which is going to allow the move knight d2. Really nice move here. Now you want to exchange the knight. It may seem like, wait a minute, after capture, your king is going to be in the middle, but there is absolutely no danger here, and the king is very well placed here now. The rooks are connected as well. Black just doesn't have any pieces to attack the king here. So that's why he didn't take on d2, and he decided to capture on g3, but now the h file is open. There is some pressure here as well, and king g7. And after rook c5, it's actually a very nice advantage here for white. Weaknesses on c6, a7. The reason you don't want to castle here immediately because there could be some h5, h4. Immediately black can start an attack here. So yeah, rook c5 played, and now we see that rook h8 is played. Black really needs to do something in this position here, so that's why we see the move rook h8. Try to create some counterplay with h5, h4. Otherwise, it could be really, really bad here for black.
Thank you, Var, for that. And our results so far, Nazi.
Right, we have 3 draws already. Deac against Rapport, Caruana against Giri, and Nepomniachtchi against So.
And that Fabi versus Giri draw, that was a remarkable piece of preparation by both players. As Fabi played the game a la tempo, Giri was an hour behind on the clock, but a very forcing perpetual and a convincing draw, which really opens up a window of opportunity for Firouzja. A win today, and our reigning Grand Chess Tour champion from 2022
would become sole leader.
Sole leader with 1 game to go. Now, that variation that you showed us, Var, I love it when I can prove the computer wrong. I live for these moments. In this particular position, pardon me, where you have, let's say, knight takes d2, king takes d2, and this idea that the white king is perfectly safe, thanks to the bishops of opposite color in the center of the board, it's very, very difficult for black to coordinate a breakout with pawns on c5 and e5. What I wanted to point out was this moment where you had mentioned the move h5, and I agree that in this exact position, I would say that's the most challenging move. You get to play h5, I have to play h4, and as Var was mentioning, this is quite a different kettle of fish because the king side structure is compromised But I got to tell you, I love this position for white.
Really?
Yes, because now when I castle, my king is not in the center. On the contrary, I think my king will go to the h2 square.
You love that.
I love that. I'm so safe. I mean, I feel like I'm in a warm cocoon and nobody will ever bother me. And then I'll really, really start to focus on some dark squares. And by the way, once you put the pawns on h5, I mean, okay, it still work, but let me introduce my queen on the g5 square with or without rook takes f5. And I've got what I think at least is a very promising attack. I love these positions for white. I think the
I see your
Firouzja's
point. Like,
king is really
in a
safe.
practical game, white seems like to have a lot of ideas, and king is extremely safe on h2.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
One thing, guys, I want to mention
yes,
here that
please.
makes a difference. I agree with you completely. If black plays slowly here, like doesn't do anything immediately, you're going to put the rook on c5, king on h2, knight b3, knight a5, and you're going to feel like I'm almost winning here.
Dream
but
position.
It's a very specific way black needs to play in this position, otherwise he's much, much worse. And the key move here is the move a5.
a5.
Yes, with the idea of queen b4 at some point. Just try to create some counterplay, because the knight on d2 needs a couple of moves to get into the game. Because right now it's kind of passive on d2. You really don't have any squares to go to.
Right.
Every square is guarded. So a5 is a very strong move in this position to try to maintain a balance here. And it's not so easy what to do here. b3 is the recommended move here for white. But at the same time, we don't want to play that move because we're really hoping to get the knight on c5 at some point here. Queen e7 looks interesting, but that will run into the move f6, and you're really not going to get to the g5 square
as
here.
much as we want.
And
yeah.
let's say if we just follow it through with the rook c5 idea, now it's actually black is a little bit better after the move queen b4.
Wow, I would never have guessed that.
Yeah,
far.
so for example, like this endgame after the exchanges, and since the bishop is very, very powerful on f5 in this position, after rook f8, to my surprise as well, guys, here, this is actually a good advantage here for black, because you're going to have to take. If we play this move, rook fc1, then, wow, this is really amazing. Rook b8, and now the rook is going to come to the second rank, and with the bishop on e4. Now we see the problem with this structure here. When the rook is on a second rank, bishop e4 comes in, you're going to have really difficulties here to defending it. This endgame is actually, now it's just almost losing now.
But one question, just few moves back, instead of exchanging queens on
Right.
a3,
Yeah.
can I sacrifice rook f5 and go queen d3?
Right here?
Yes.
Rook f5 is a possibility because it's an option here. Sorry. Because if I play
Right.
queen a3 here to trade, you have this nice move, rook g5 check.
Important
but
intermezzo.
very important intermezzo. E takes f5, queen d3, trying to bring the queen
Looks scary.
into the game. But luckily, this knight doesn't have a good way to get into the game immediately. And here, you can play rook f8 or rook a8. Both moves are possible. So let's say rook fe8 and probably queen f5.
If only my knight was on
I
e4
know.
or
I
g5.
mean, a horse. Give me a good horse.
You can play knight f5, but after
kingdom for a horse.
after knight f1, rook e6, black should
Good
be okay
solid.
there. So let's go to Romania. We have Cristian with Fabi.
Fabi, quite an unfortunate situation for you. You came out with blazing hot preparation, but Anish just defended immaculately. Tell us a bit about your perspective.
Yeah, we actually discussed a bit after the game because I was curious about like what he was thinking during the game, and he was also, I guess, curious about what what the position objectively was. But yeah, he found everything absolutely correct. I mean, this position has been played a lot. Actually, he knew that there was a game Shankland-Ervin Lemieux. So he knew this game, but everyone plays Queen B3. Everyone plays this position. And I saw there's like some Matlikov against Grishuk from Title Tuesday, where they play like H3 and black can play many, many possible moves. And so I came up with this very rare move. I knew that it was played in this game.
Seems that only one game has been played with this move.
Yeah, and they went up to, I mean, black has many choices here. So I was thinking maybe that this is the moment where Anish would play something else besides ED4, because ED4 is very concrete, and I thought he could play C6, for example, but Bishop A3 discourages that a bit, and then he has very interesting moves, Bishop G4, h3, and either bishop takes f3 or bishop h5 or knight f4.
So basically black can play anything at this point, more or less.
Yeah, black can play anything. For example, d5 is a move that was very tempting to him. And it looks very tempting, but he spotted this trick that it's the only reason why this is bad, but the bishop gets kind of solidified on d5 with c4. So he saw this and he said that he wasn't like considering knight f4, bishop g4. Even I understand why, because they're interesting moves, but they're not super concrete. So he was going for the more concrete stuff. It's very, very sensible. And yeah, there was a game with bishop e6 here where black is a bit worse. I was hoping that I might get that position, which is it's not concrete. Like basically, I mean, black is not doing terribly here, but white has the center, queen c2, and a slight advantage, certainly. And this is, yeah, the thing is like, dc3 is very accurate. If he had gone for this, I think that this is really difficult for black to play, because you can go for this position, but white has this very tricky move queen. And I thought he might not be too afraid of this, because it looks like,
Then you get pinned on
yeah, you're
the
pinned,
eighth,
but I mean, white has to do something, because queen d7 is coming, right? So it's possible to maybe overlook this move, and then you get into basically.
So the point being that after queen d7,
queen d7, queen e4,
queen e4,
and f5, queen e2. I think this was the line, knight f4, queen e7. Because there's like a mate through with knight g5. Actually, I was trying to figure this out over the board, because I have no idea what. I mean, I didn't think that it would get to this point. I was considering this position and couldn't understand it, but I thought it's so dangerous to black. I see the computer says b6, but I thought king e2 was winning a piece. f4, okay. Yeah, I didn't see this f4.
and if you take on
bishop f5, yeah. So I was calculating this, but understandably he didn't want to go for it.
Was this still in your files? If you
I just knew queen c4. That was it. I mean, the position from the start is like not concrete at all. So basically, it's difficult to analyze everything. And bishop f5 here is also possible, knight e5, and it's again a mess, but it's dangerous for black. But I really thought he would be attracted to knight takes e8.
And he spent a lot of time. Well, at least.
Yeah, I thought he would be attracted to this position because it's more or less a normal position.
Yeah.
And the position is equal, and I also haven't like prepared anything here. I just knew that it's a more or less playable position. But I have like an hour time advantage. So
and you can play. Yeah.
So this was my hope, that I have a playable position, an hour time advantage, and it looks fine for black. So I thought maybe he would put his knight here, we would get something like this. And yeah, it's probably about equal, but
continue the game for a while.
The game continues. And I was very disappointed when he basically just played everything.
And after queen e8, everything is forced, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I understood that, of course, he's going to take. I mean, there wasn't much hope that he would play queen d8. The problem is that in this position, white actually loses with any other move. Like, I think king f1 loses to bishop g4, and then bishop takes f3, and knight f2 or knight c3 ideas. So white's hand is forced, and it's not very difficult to calculate because you have this mechanism. So, like, white doesn't have checks, which is the only thing that would be scary for black. So you just have this mechanism which draws.
Yeah.
So yeah, overall, like, Anish did everything absolutely correct today.
Yeah, difficult. Well, not so difficult, but still disappointing result.
But I played a game with more time on my clock than when I finished.
Much more time, like five minutes or so. So
5 minutes is a lot of time.
That's an accomplishment.
Well, you don't unfortunately get extra points for the time you saved up during the tournament.
Your co-leader going into this round, Alireza, is under some pressure. How would you assess this position right now?
I mean, I feel like white is definitely better, but under pressure is a bit difficult to say because he has ideas. So it's not like he's passive, which I think he played a good decision here to take on g3. Because if you play this kind of position, then you have no counterplay. And white just plays h4. And the king on d2 is safe.
Yeah.
So he made a good decision to... actually, I see that like fg3 was an option, but okay, h2-3 is kind of normal. Like, you open the h-file. Like, Jan-Krzysztof is playing extremely principled, right? He's just grabbing the pawn, and then what we're going to see is probably, I mean, h5 or queen f6, I don't know. Rook a7, queen f6, something like this.
So white is going to be a pawn up, and black is trying to find some counterplay.
Yeah, you get h4, and white's king is a bit. I mean, I see the computer hates it, but in practical game, it's not like, let's just see what, and bishop g6, but this is, like, I don't see what it changes.
Easy, right?
I don't see what this changes, so I think normally you play h5, and then maybe you, but the thing is, h4 you'll probably like run into take and queen e7, so you maybe should play queen f6. Maybe g4 to stop this knight f3 is a good idea. You could even consider it at this moment.
Yeah.
Just stop knight f3 because, like, given time, white is going to be winning, so you need to stop the counterplay with knight f3, e5.
Fabi, thank you very much for your insights. You still have one game left against Ricci. We'll let you go. Get ready for that, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Fabi. At times I feel like the players are taking over our jobs as commentators. they really enjoy it. And that game of Alireza is going to be for all the marbles because a lot of games are heading already for quick draws, 3. I saw a repetition was being offered in the game between MVL and Deac. So everything to play for in this one remaining game. But we have some social media tweets.
Let's take a look.
Let's have a look and see what our audience is going to test us on. Here it comes. This is from Carson from the YouTube.
Yasser, I've heard you mention the Pawn Grabber Society. I was wondering about the origins of it and how do I become a member?
Exactly. Everybody's looking for a Gold Card membership. All you got to do is play risky chess. Don't worry about your king. Just go for it. Grab your pawns, and we'll make sure you get an honorary membership. The origins really are back at the Pacific Northwest. That was where we really started. I became known as the Pawn Grubber, and the Pawn Grubber Society was slowly born. But yeah, I think a lot of people over the course of their careers at one time, have become very, very materialistic. And don't worry, you too can have a special membership. Thank you, and more. Oh, let's jump back to Bucharest, and this time getting a different perspective with Anish.
We do want to get Anish's perspective on this game. Anish, when your opponent finishes with 1 hour and 35 minutes on their clock, well, you must have survived a big scare in this one.
Yeah, what can I say? Great prep by Fabiano. Everything went according to his plan. But yeah, I was very lucky. I told him after the game, okay, I'm very sorry. Like normally I lose, but today somehow he was unlucky. I found
just an incredible defense. You found
the
best moves.
I don't know how like and why. Like just it's a very unlucky day for Fabiano today. Yeah, I just found all the moves and I didn't know any of this. And normally I find such sequences only if I've seen them before.
Was this bishop to a3 the new idea that he
at least, or maybe it's written down in a file. But the thing is, what I played is a backup option. I had some other things, but he move ordered me a little bit. Like I think d4. I recollect this bishop b3 idea. I think d4 order, I don't recollect. Now I realize more principled is to go rook e8 and c6, but I started to doubt that, and then I realized. I mean, I knew that I can always play h6 and transpose to my backup line, which I can play, and then I knew something like queen b3, bishop e6, I believe. And I think there's a game of Shankland against Erwin Lamy.
Yeah.
You know, another American against a Dutch clash, and
one of your former coaches as well, yeah. So.
Of course, yeah. So I knew that this is okay. I'm closely following Erwin's games, and you know, you can always fall back on Erwin's games if you're out of book. But bishop a3, I didn't know, and then I realized that okay, bishop e6, I'm going to get a worse version, and yeah, I realized that like, I have to solve the problems, and sort of by elimination, I came to the conclusion. I kind of underestimated because I was counting on CD. Of course, I underestimated queen b3. My original intention was to go bishop e6, but then I realized that actually it's very unpleasant because it simply takes, goes cd4, and I was thinking I'm going to double on the e file, but then I realized I could just play g3, something like queen d3, let's say queen c2, and this position is really, really bad for me. So then I realized that, okay, the move must be d5. Also, because its position looks pretty fine for black, and I originally planned to take on dc, and then I realized that if I take here first, I can play bishop f5, and the difference is that after he takes, plays rook e1, I bring the queen right to d7, not to d8, and then I realized dc is probably a better order, and here I thought maybe I can use it with knight takes e8, but then I saw this. I mean, I understood that he wants rook e1 because queen c3, bishop f5, queen d7, and I realized rook e1, queen e1, and Okay, you know,
But at some point when you have these options, yeah,
No, you know,
is it
the
confidence? Is it just like intuition? What do you base your
Yeah, I
decisions
think it's
on?
all the mocking over the years. I've become very good at spotting perpetual checks and all sorts of different drawing patterns from all the memes. So, you know, all the mocking is rubbing off, and eventually I'm.
It helps?
It helps. It helps eventually.
And I think this was the last critical moment, right? And you were sitting on your hands and you were trying to kind of visualize everything. And finally, you weren't looking at the board, and finally you got up and played Queen
Yeah,
E8
that was just one.
instantaneously.
One thought here. I mean, it's sort of clear that this is a drawing line, because I was looking for a way for him to play on, but it was so artificial, like Bishop E2. I mean, it is so incredibly artificial, and I have so many different ways. I thought Bishop G4 is good. Sorry, King of 1. Bishop E2 is very bad. I was thinking King of 1 was the critical one. Yeah, and then I think Bishop G4 was very good, but also I have such a margin at this point. I mean, material is okay, and the pawn on D2 is alive. Yeah. So it was clear that he has to do this D6, and then this pattern is pretty simple. So I'm
Speaking of that moment, I think we have it ready to show on the live feed, and maybe you can walk us through what you were thinking at this point.
No, I was thinking something. Maybe I just fell asleep.
Okay. You thought for a while? I think you were in that position for like 5 minutes.
Nobody's filming you while you're sleeping and looking at you afterwards. Or slow-mo.
We have slow-mo, yeah.
Wow. That's what you want to show off, eh, you guys? You want to show off the technology?
Of course.
Okay. No, it's very awkward. You know, nobody's filming, should film people when they're eating or sleeping. As we all know. So, yeah, very awkward footage there. But in the end, I woke up and...
you made the right decision.
Found my perpetual. Yeah, very happy with that.
Anish, big result, big defense for you tomorrow with the white pieces. You have to put on the pressure on your opponent. How are you going to approach that game?
I play Jan, who is very well prepared. But Jan and Ding, as we see so far, they of course had a tough tournament, and yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think it's going to be an exciting game. I enjoy playing, you know, such great players, and yeah, very interesting what will happen, because he's probably the best prepared player in the world right now. He's done extensive preparation, and we saw in the match also his preparation was probably better than that of Ding, purely preparation-wise. He was getting better positions with both colors than Ding. So yeah, it's always a challenge, and I really like players that are well prepared as well, because I see it as a challenge to try, and find something interesting. And the tournament in general is very, very exciting now. I think Fabiano is doing well. I think Alireza is struggling today, but he's notorious for.
He's slippery.
Yeah, he's notorious for getting more than what he deserves. But we'll see. Let's just take a quick look at this position.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So now I'm not sure he's getting the counterplay.
I saw his position here. We were talking with Fabiano here. And I was saying that maybe, maybe it's not as bad as it looks, because white's king, of course, positionally it looks like lost. So I guess if it's an endgame, black is maybe lost. Yeah. Knight, good knight, but bishop, everything. But I think that white's king could potentially be weak, because it cannot find safety on the king side, and I thought h5, h4 was very strong. I underestimated this move rook a5, but you see here the computer is not hateful of black's position, and I think. Indeed, because after h5...
I think if you move around, it's going to jump a little bit. So
yeah, but let's say h5...
Knight f3... it goes towards
okay, maybe,
+1.
yeah, but I see potential for black to get counterplay, certainly, because I think the white's king is a little uncomfortable still. Yeah. What I don't like about rook c7, of course, the evaluation is the primary thought, but the reason you can justify the evaluation is, I guess you want to keep material on the board, because I imagine if the white king finds itself somewhere on d2, after, let's say, eventually, just for argument's sake, in an eventual scenario where you trade the rooks in some way, maybe in a position like that, even here, c5 is good, but maybe in a position like this, you want to have one more rook there on the queen side to bother the king. Yeah. But all very concrete. I understand that there is this idea behind rook c7, because with that he trades off white's only active piece, and the rook was exerting pressure on f7 in the lines 93, 95. It was a thing. Yeah. So maybe he thinks, okay, we'll get rid of the rook, and then we will get some action. But there are very little pieces. No, let's see, h5 is probably an idea. Again, knight f3, now knight e5 is coming. And another thing he could have in mind, and that's a very common theme in such cases, is to trade like that. And very often, because the king is disturbing the rook from entering the game, very often in a position like this, white loses one of the pawns because they're getting attacked.
You would love to be able to castle long.
Yeah, or bring the rook across.
Yes.
But here, it seems that you're good, because after bishop c2, there is this tactical resource. Bishop b3, rook b1, yeah? And if rook a8, yeah, somehow...
Maybe this is what he missed, because king e2 doesn't actually work. King e2, you get checked on c4.
Oh, imagine missing castle move 24.
That could be the case.
That could be the case. Because, yeah, this stuff, it's not working. I mean, it's not working. It is close, but it's just not quite working. Yeah, we'll see. He's very slippery, as I mentioned. Oh, g4 is an interesting positional idea. I like this g4 move.
This is what Fabi was mentioning as well.
Killing the knight, yes. But hard to say. I still felt, with two rooks, let's say now the move like king e2 is easier to make because there's not one more rook on the queen side. With more pieces, with more rooks, you're afraid that that rook will be active and your king in the center will get in some trouble. Yeah. But don't bet against Alireza just yet. He's very, very... he's one of those players who is always lucky, to the point that you start wondering, maybe it's not just luck. And it's a very different brand of chess. It's not a computer chess. Like his games with Engine are, if you check his Centipon, analysis, he plays very bad. I think. Yeah. I think he's with Centipon analysis. I think he's playing worse. Objective quotes, in quotation marks, because chess is, it's not played by computers, and he plays this brand of chess, similar like Hikaru, where it looks as though he makes a lot of bad moves because the engine don't approve them, but humans tend to see the point behind his ideas. He plays this human chess, and he's selling a lot of stuff to his opponents, and the opponents are buying it. Yeah. So I think he might sell something to Duda here, but we'll see. He's never had such a bad position so far in the tournament, so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Alireza, definitely a good merchant. So thank you very much for giving us your insights and giving the guys in St. Louis a commentary break. So we'll let you go. We'll let you get ready for tomorrow's match, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anish. And a commentator break indeed, as Anish takes our job. Thank you very much for that. Now you talk about the Pawn Grubbers Association and grabbing a pawn. Well, this is what Duda has done. He's played a lot of tempy moves, and he's left his king potentially vulnerable. But the problem is you've got to break open the position. You've got to get your pieces into play. And a lot of black's breaks, whether they be e5 or c5, are stopped. And that was why we saw the move h5 by Alireza. He's trying to get towards white's king in order to show compensation. I think, Nazi, the reason why we kind of rejected h5 on our side of the pond was because after h5, we were a little bit more afraid of the move knight f3. We were beginning to warm up to the computer's idea of g4, because if we get a knight to e5, wait a minute, we've got a pawn.
Who's attacking who?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like to me like white's the one doing the attacking. And what does it look like for you, Var? I mean, if white gets to play knight f3 and e5 before anything happens to his king, he's just better, much better.
Almost winning, Yasser.
Yeah, exactly.
He's up a pawn, and this knight is going to reach the e5 square. Definitely this last move, h5. Even before that, there was an inaccurate move, bad move, rook c7. But this last move, h5, is allowing the knight to go to f3, e5, with the really nice advantage for white here. But let's take a look first at that move, rook c7. We go back a couple of moves. So in this position, actually, after the move, rook takes ace. Yeah, right here. In this position, he had to continue with the idea of very important in this position to play this move g4. You really want to take away this knight f3 option. So let's say if you take on a7 and you want to have more rooks on the board here, you play the move h5. And it's not as easy here to continue for white. There is still some danger here. Small advantage for white in this position. You do have to play this move king e2, which is important move here to connect and bring this rook into the game here. But there's some chances here for black in this position. Rook c7 move is quite passive in this position, and now after this capture here, he takes, and here again, I think this g4 was a very important move to try to prevent the knight from coming in. But white is already significantly better after this rook c7 idea here. But now h5, knight f3, I'm not sure what is he going to do now after this move, because knight is going to reach the e5 square. It's going to be very, very active. Bishop g6 is his best move, allowing the move knight e5, and then try to look for some opportunities maybe after the move queen b8, try to exchange queens. But here actually white doesn't even want to trade queens, can play the move queen to e7, activating the queen now, attacking the pawn on g5. And if you capture, let's say, on b2, this would be the right time to castle. Castle move 24 with a completely winning position now. Blocking is really weak, g5 is hanging, knight is very strong. Once this rook comes into the game is going to be over here. And guys, we have a repetition in an MVL game. Looks like he doesn't see any opportunities in this game, and they've been repeating like a bishop e6, bishop f1, and I thought he would try to push a little bit in this position, try to maybe get some chance, but they have repeated 2 times, and now let's see.
Could be our 4th draw of the round.
Yes, could be our...
Yeah, bishop f1, bishop c4, I see that they have been repeating, and I think...
he might change his mind and play something like knight b3 here.
Yeah, knight b3 is the best option here. If he wants to play for a win, he should try to play the move knight b3. If he plays bishop f1 after bishop e6, it will just be draw. But doesn't look like, I don't know, just doesn't look like MVL thinks he has anything in this position at least. And again, there is no reason, if you're going to play on, there is no reason to repeat so many times, in my opinion. You repeat 1 time, especially Deac is known to get into time trouble here. Yep.
And there it is.
And I think we're going to see the handshake now after the, bishop e6.
Move bishop e6, yeah.
So 4 draws so far.
Well, I'm still kind of I'm shaken, not stirred, about the result between Fabi and Anish. Not that the game wasn't a perfect game and a draw and all that, but just this idea that he started with 90 minutes and he finished with 95. I mean, I don't think Fabi's ever done that in his career. Like he had much more time on his clock than when he started with, because so much. Well, everything, as it turned out, was actually
like
preparation.
He said, too bad they don't give extra points.
You don't get extra points for having more time on the clock at the end of the game.
A little bit unlucky that Anish took his time and found every correct move here just to make the draw and force a draw. Yeah. And he couldn't, use that extra 1 hour on the clock.
Well, let's just remind everybody once again that Fabi's in the dugout. He's already got his draw. He's at +2. He's going into the next round tomorrow, leaving us with 1 game, the game of Duda, Firouzja. So obviously the stage is set. Go ahead, Firouzja. Show us why you're the Grand Chess Tour champion. Defeat one of the players who's having a poor result. Except Duda is not following script. He's got his own ideas. With this, we're anticipating MVL and Deac being drawn.
Right, and in that case, we'll have 4 draws today, and we'll have 1 game left between Duda and Firouzja.
With everything to play for. However, our judgment of the position is that Duda, with the extra pawn in the pocket and pretty safe king. I mean, after all, your pieces are on h8 and d8. How threatening could they possibly be?
So extra pawn and the compensation.
Extra pawn and compensation, as Roman Djindjiashvili will tell us. Knight f3 to knight e5. And again, we will be threatening queen takes f7 with mate to be delivered very shortly. So it sure feels like big advantage for Duda. At this point, I do believe we have more tweets. We might take a chance to be surprised by our audience, as you're welcome to join the conversation. You can ask any questions you would like. This one comes from MNTL Snacks.
Question is, many people underestimate the physical impact of long chess games. how do you balance the physical and mental aspects of the game?
Well, as a competitor yourself, playing in these women's championships, winning them, you know that it does require a lot of physical conditioning. Tell us about
Absolutely. When you're playing 5, 6, sometimes 7-hour games every single day, it's exhausting. It is absolutely exhausting. And some tournaments are quite long, 9 rounds, 11, 13 even. So you have to be really in good physical shape, and you have to be able to get good night's sleep every night.
Right.
Without it, oh man.
Yeah, without that. So you talk about your physical endurance. What do you do? Do you gym? Do you walk?
Yes.
Weightlift? Body build?
I'm somewhat a gym addict.
Yes? You a gym rat?
Yes, I've been weightlifting for the last 4 years now.
I was being facetious. No, we're not going to challenge you anymore.
Actually, it's funny. I have personal trainers at the gym, but I don't have a chess coach.
Like, that tells it all right there. And a physical handshake between these two grandmasters as they make a draw. Var, you know yourself very well, the requirements of professional chess. Your energy levels have to be really good, which requires that you are in shape. You need endurance.
Absolutely, yes. So you need to be in good shape to perform well, to do well under pressure, especially if you have this long game. Sometimes you have 5-6 hour games and in a long tournament. So you need to be in good shape, whether you go to the gym, you lift, or you do some other sports. Another thing, it's very important to have a good diet, I think, during this tournament to make sure you have all your energy. I absolutely agree with Nazi about sleep. You really need to sleep. You need to have a good routine to get your 8-9 hours of sleep in order to perform well. And I think Magnus mentioned that in one of his interviews. If you cannot sleep well, you're not going to be able to play that well. So, that's one thing he does. He sleeps in. So definitely you need all that, and you need to be in good shape to perform well these days in these tournaments.
Exactly. So definitely to the viewer's question, that balance has to be addressed. And in my day, I just want to say that swimming and tennis were the top sports of the Grandmasters. 4 draws already in this penultimate round, championship round, round 8, and tomorrow everything to be decided, but 1 game for all the marbles. Another tweet before we return to the game of Duda and Firouzja, and this one says, drum roll, this is from Paulo Thomas from Twitter.
Yesterday, Nazi said that she learned E4 as her first opening move. Actually, no, I learned D4 as
D4 as her first.
Do you have any tips on developing an opening repertoire? So
I think that's a very important question, right? Everybody wants to know. Any tips?
To clarify, what I said was that most players learn E4 and with Black E5 as their first opening repertoire.
Exactly.
But somehow I was taught D4 first move as an opening repertoire, and I think I missed out on all the classical openings of Ruy Lopez and Italian and all this.
Fried liver attacks, man. Max Lang attacks. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
So I think for children or anyone just starting to learn openings, playing all the classical openings will teach you a lot about the game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Coach, tips? What do you recommend? How do you develop an opening repertoire? What is an opening repertoire?
Opening repertoire is when you're starting the game, you need to know which moves to play. So, for example, when you're starting chess, you're really new to the game. I think it's much better to start out with the move E4. I myself also started with the move D4 and became a lifelong D4 player. So, and also missed out in a lot of the fun Sicilian positions, Ruy Lopez, and other openings. It's very hard later in a career to make a change. For example, I remember Levon Aronian switched to E4 after being a D4 player for a very, very long time. Just having an opening repertoire, knowing some openings, and in the beginning you don't have to know them really deeply. I would say maybe the first 10 moves, just to know where the pieces go. And that would be very important. When you're playing a game, you have some ideas. Get the pieces out, make sure you castle, and get a reasonable position where you can play your middle game.
All right, very good. Thank you for that. Thank you for your questions to our audience. Shout out, always nice to know where we should be.
Ask you, Yasser, are you E4? I know you're a C4 player.
Right.
But were you always?
No, on the contrary, E4 was my go-to. I loved E4 because I learned all of the bad. I had all the bad habits of Scholastic's chess players, which included the Italian, the two knights defense, the Max Langer's attack. I lived for them. I thought they were the greatest fun. The gambits, the Danish gambit, all this stuff. I just loved that. Later, my opponents weren't quite as obliging. They were doing things like Sicilian dragons and all kinds of offbeat openings and defenses. And I soon discovered that E4 was really, really hard to play, especially against people who specialize in certain defenses. Like, just take the Scandinavian defense.
Right.
Garry Kasparov faced the Scandinavian defense in his World Championship match against Vichy, didn't come out with an advantage and made a draw. Well, that was quite a shock for the world of chess, that the Scandinavian defense is viable at the highest level. At the lowest levels of amateur, you know, somebody who's well prepared in the Scandinavian defense and you're not studying the Scandinavian defense as white, it's not easy to get a defense. So E4 became harder and harder for me to play as I struggled to get into, let's say, the
so you face more well-prepared opponents.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I said, oh my God, I can't do this anymore. And I looked to just play solid readies, knight f3, g3, bishop g2. And then I learned some foxy move openings with c4. And I was trying to avoid the great depths of theories. And yeah, it was just so much harder to play e4. Let's just jump back into the game for just a moment, because after the move h7, h5, this was a move I didn't even consider. Help me out here, Nazi. I mean, I was so focused, singularly, I want to say, you know, I'm seeing, you know, h4 and g4 and h4 ideas, or h4 and g4 ideas, so exclusively, I want to stop. Whatever it is my opponent is trying to do, I want to stop unless it's really bad. Then I want to encourage him to continue. I was so focused on knight f3 because knight e5 and queen takes f7 is as natural as a baby smile. And the move b2, b3, that is just a move that, whoa, what does that have to do with what's going on? Isn't this an opportunity for maybe like g4 and h4 now? For
maybe Duda rushed a little bit. He had 1 hour on the clock. He could have really taken his time. 1 hour.
What is the clock times, by the way?
Right now, Duda has 50 minutes and Firouzja 26.
Okay, so a 2-to-1 time edge actually in favor of Duda. b2, b3. I understand this is a kind of a passing move, and simultaneously it's a move that says my queen side's a little bit safer, I guess. But does this give Firouzja a chance to climb back into the game, Var?
Absolutely. Now, Firouzja is back in a game here. He needs to play this move g4.
Right.
So it's a really strange decision to play the move b3. And Duda he had about an hour on the clock. He took about 10 minutes. It's not like he rushed this move. But again, the idea of knight f3, knight e5 is just so natural that you really want to activate this knight here first. After the move b3, black is back in the game here, but there is a very specific idea you need to find here. So I will show you now, guys.
Okay.
What Firouzja needs. The first thing he needs to do immediately, he got a second chance here to play this move g4 to make sure you just completely kill this knight here, because knight has no good squares to go to now, and it's going to take a long time to maneuver this. But the reason maybe he's thinking a little bit, because after this move king e2, you have a very specific idea you have to do here, because you really don't have any pawn breaks, or it doesn't look like you have any counterplay here. You cannot even trade queens now, because the rook is coming into the game. The endgame is just winning. But the only move that gives a good counterplay here is the move h4, which it's not very natural, because now you're trading more pieces. And it seems like this endgame looks like should be just lost. But after queen takes h4, you have incredible compensation because of this queen coming in now to h1 and then coming on this first rank, and suddenly this king is very, very uncomfortable here. So I was looking at this position, trying to make this work, because by looking at the position, it seems like it's very safe. Now you have the queen on a great square here. You got this a pawn going through, but black is in time now to get a counterplay with queen h1.
Yeah,
and
bishop
let's
c2.
Say, yeah, you take the c pawn. Now you have two connected pass pawns. Queen takes g2. I'm coming back to the c7 to control this diagonal. And now again, this move queen h1 comes in. And it's very difficult to make progress here. Let's see if you just try to advance the pawn. What happens if you just play the move a4, just try to push this pawn. So here you can play the move queen a1. And you can't really do much here. You can't really move the knight here. Let's say a5.
Push him,
continue.
baby.
King g6. Just waiting.
b5, let's go.
b4.
Oh, pardon me, b4, let's go. Yeah.
Now, as soon as you play b4, I have this move queen a3 now. Now bishop d3 comes into place.
Oh, no.
And now you could be in serious trouble. You need some moves
Exactly.
like e4, and after e4, we know it's going to be lots of counterplay here.
No, I can't allow you queen a3. Queen a3 is too strong, Var.
So you can play b4, and the question is now, how do you make progress here? You can't move the king, can't really move these pawns. Your knight
I
has
don't
no
want to
squares
allow
to
bishop
go to.
c2 either. I can't play queen b6 and, you know, escort my pawn up the board.
So maybe queen c5, guys. You can play
Okay.
queen c5, try to keep things under control. But then suddenly there is some counterplay now coming in with the g3.
Raro.
And if you capture bishop g4 check.
No, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and now it's getting very risky. King d3.
Oh dear.
I mean, I have repetition already here too, but actually black is winning after queen e1. And then the bishop f5 threat.
Not a surprise.
So again, very, very dangerous counterplay here, but Alireza needs to find this move g4 and follow it up with h4. After he plays g4, I think he will play h4 because that's the only point of putting the rook on h8 here to try to get some counterplay on h file.
Well, as Anish said in his interview, it's a process of elimination that he went for the most direct talk, queen takes e1. And I think it's through the process of elimination when, as you look at this exact position from Black's point of view, and you go, well, I can't play c5, I can't play for e5. The immediate h4 is not that attractive because if g takes h4, that really leaves g4 followed by h4 is my only source of play.
A big surprise, Firouzja played h4.
Which I rejected. I rejected h4 because of g takes. Okay, let's see. Is his idea that he's got to take back with the pawn, right? This is not what that's not a pawn sacrifice that you want to do. So Firouzja is thinking that he's going to play queen g5 and maybe tickle this. But this is a dream that I wanted to make that move on the previous turn, followed by knight e5. And Var, my first impression is bad timing by Firouzja's h4. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Yasser. Again, it seems like he is not very comfortable. Perhaps he doesn't have so much experience in this kind of position. You really need to avoid this idea, stop this idea, knight f3, knight e5. And he just played h4, which you would play in maybe different type of positions you can play this. But in this position now, white just takes on h4. And I will show you now, it's a big advantage for white now.
A big advantage.
Yeah, g takes h4, you play g takes h4, and once again we see the move knight f3 coming in. Now you're putting pressure on h4, and now you have this knight e5 move available. And I'm not sure what is his idea exactly. What is he planning to do here? Because g4 looks so good compared to this move h4.
What if bishop e4 maybe?
Bishop e4 here. And knight e5 attacking on f7.
Queen f6.
Then I just have this really nice f3 move.
Oh, just simply f3.
Kicks the bishop back, stops any attacks on g2.
Yeah, bishop goes back to g6. I can even tuck in my king now on f2, very safe. And just a few more moves just to consolidate. And I think this is just close to be winning this position.
Oh my. Well, what I wanted to say is that Fabi's in the dugout having made an early draw, but that could work out brilliantly if Duda was to oblige. Dinner's on me, says Fabi to the Polish Grandmaster.
But remember what Anish said, don't count Firouzja out. As Anish said, he's one of the luckiest players, so maybe
that it's not always
he will
luck.
find his way back into this game.
Right, as he tries to put pressure, but I don't know. Knight f3 to knight e5 sure looks very, very compelling to me. As just before we go on our break, we just want to remind everybody of the results thus far.
Right, we have 4 draws. MVL against Deac, Ding versus Rapport, Caruana against Giri, and Nepomniachtchi against So. All draws.
All draws with 1 game remaining due to Firouzja. We urge our audience, with only 1 game for us to commentate upon, help us out. Send us your tweets. Question our experts, our panels, what questions you have, and we'll look to address them on the other side of the break.
We'll be back shortly.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Over the roughly 1.5 millennia of its existence, chess has been known as a tool of military strategy, a metaphor for human affairs, and a benchmark of genius.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of Round 8 Superbet Chess Classic. Nasi, we have 4 games in the history books.
Right, we have 4 very exciting results, 4 draws.
4 draws.
And we still have 1 game going, Duda against Firouzja.
Well, one man who's very happy is Fabi, as he goes into dugout with a half-a-point lead over Firouzja at the moment. Everything depends on the outcome of that game. Let's take a look at Fabi's line score and how he found himself in the leadership. But first of all, pardon me,
Right. Tomorrow he's playing one of his opponents who's chasing him, Richard Rapport.
Very, very important pursuer, you could say, because you might say this outcome could determine first place. Sorry,
absolutely.
Nasi.
And in between them, we can see Richard has 1 win, 3 losses, and 6 draws.
So Fabi's feeling pretty confident, and now his line score undefeated.
Undefeated, very solid tournament with +2 scores.
Yeah, those brace of wins in rounds 3 and 4 propelled him. These last few draws, it just feels like Fabi was on. I mean, he really let Firouzja off the hook. That could have been the clincher, if you will.
And also, if you remember, in the first game, he had a very good chance against Deac that he also could not convert.
Exactly.
To a good position.
All right. Well, as we see, there's the one remaining game on stage as Jan Duda is sitting there looking at his position. He's saying, how am I going to bring home the full point here? And how should he bring home the full point, Var?
It's not so easy, actually, Yasser. Evaluation is pretty big. It's like +1.5. But for example, the best move in this position is the move A4.
A4?
Yes. You have to be careful moving this knight from F3, because if you play the move 95, that was going to allow the move Queen G5. And Black is going to get a counterplay. In fact, 95 is a blunder. After Queen G5, it's already equal.
In fact, take us through that, because, you know, I would find myself drawn to 95, Queen G5, castles, and I understand I'm putting my king in danger, like, right? Like extreme danger. But my reasoning being, you can't play bishop E4, I go Queen F7. And H3, I'm ready to play G3, so maybe my king is safe.
Actually, if castle H3, your only move after H3 in this position, Yasser, not to lose, is G4. Only move.
That wouldn't have been my first decision. Because I would want to play G3 on a...
If you play G3, the problem is because I have this move Queen F5.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Now,
what is that move doing?
Queen E4.
I'm betting Queen E4 and Queen G2 mate.
Which is why you want G4. Okay, I'll fall for it. Go back a moment, and I'll play G4. And I'll still make the pretension, hey, give me the moves King H2 and F4. My king is safe.
Yeah, now actually Black can continue 2 different ways even here. But the best, you can play Rook H4, but the more direct way to make a draw is H2.
King H1, just
King H1.
Get into safety.
And now, again, 2 options you have here, but let's go over this one, the more direct one. Rook H3.
What's the idea of Rook H3?
Right, I'm still confused myself. Okay, Nasi wants to know what's the idea of Rook H3.
So let's say you play Queen C7, right?
Okay,
logical move. You just bring the queen into the game here.
Kind of a defensive move. I've got Knight G6 on tap when I get really frightened.
Yes. So again, it's a complicated position. Different options you have here. You have a move Queen F6, but let's move C5 now. Trying to weaken the position of the knight here. And let's say you capture.
Yeah, let's say I capture.
Now another pawn sacrifice.
Is this for real? Are you pulling our legs? What is going on here?
I'm also a little bit shocked myself, but it looks like it's going to work out somehow. So
okay, I understand. If I take with the pawn, Queen F4 is a little dangerous. I'm beginning to feel like Bishop E4 check is a very serious
Queen F4
threat.
is now winning for Black.
Exactly.
So can take now on D4. I mean, at some point you probably want to take on G6, just try to liquidate the pieces.
Let's
so
get
logical
rid of that
take,
threat.
and now the only move that holds the game is Queen D5. Check. forcing you to play the move f3.
Okay.
And then rook takes f3.
And I don't have queen e5 in
Rook
between.
takes
No.
f3, queen f3 check, king h2, and yeah, we can just play queen f1. If you go king h1, just queen f1, and if you go king to h3, again, queen f3 check. If you play queen g3, it's queen h1 check.
What an amazing line.
It's a very complex line, I agree.
Crazy. Okay, but go back to the current position for a moment, Var. Knight e5. Again, you call it a blunder, I call it attractive. You go queen g5. Now, castles, I admit, that's a little bit, you know, I'm being my provocative worst. King f1? Just defend the pawn.
The problem is after the move queen g5, the very next move is going to be queen f5.
Okay.
And suddenly this queen is getting access to the b1 and c2 squares. Here.
I hear you, but I'm on my, I get on my track shoes, my walking shoes, and I go king g1, and I just slide across the board on a good day. Rook f3, rook
now
h3.
Queen b1 check.
Nobody appreciates my brilliance.
King h2.
Right.
Now queen c2, and now you have some problems with this f2 pawn.
I'll defend it. Rook f1.
Rook f1. And now we go back now to this idea of h3.
You can't argue with the engines. We just can't.
It's disgusting.
And then if you play g3, Yasser, the same queen e4 idea comes into play.
I knew you had that in mind. I just knew it. Oh my goodness. So we have to start immediately with what? The move knight e5 is not attractive
Yeah, maybe we should
anymore.
start with king f1 right here.
King f1 is one of the top moves here to
That's
play.
a top move?
Yes, you need this knight on f3.
Okay,
Very
you
important.
leave it.
And oftentimes we see that we still play this move king f1 to run away with your idea and also just to protect the g2 pawns. So king f1 is one of the best moves here. Here, I think Alireza's idea is pretty clear. He's going to play the move queen f6.
Okay.
And now he's threatening some h3 ideas because you cannot just capture f3, knight is hanging here. So queen c7. Now you will be very happy to play the move queen e5 here and get rid of these queens.
True that.
So this is something you really want to do. And now again, h3, you have to continue with this move.
And if queen e5?
If you play queen e5, now bishop d3 check. This is not easy, guys. Bishop d3 check, king g1, and now just positional move. Positional move, bishop to e4.
Setup for white here.
Exactly. You would think that this should be game over favor of white.
Queen g3 and take
queen
on
g3. Queen g3. There is a queen g6.
Well, rook takes h3. What am I missing?
Rook takes h3.
I think black queen's going to start
rook
picking
takes
up
h3.
the queenside pawns.
But I'm up 2.
Queen takes h3.
I can be generous and give 1
Bishop
back.
takes f3.
I think we're losing
Queen
both.
takes f3. Actually, I think you're losing both pawns. Yes, sir. Check. And
I said I would be generous, not
not that generous.
Not excessively generous.
And you have this f2 pawn hanging. That's why you don't have time to at least try to get the c pawn, so you have 4 on 3 here. So I think this is very likely to be a draw. Again, very difficult lines to navigate, in my opinion here.
Wow.
But at least Duda is thinking right now.
And the clock times of the two players, Nazi.
Right, they still have plenty of time. Duda has 30 minutes and Firouzja 19 minutes with 17 moves to go until move 40.
Despite his extreme youth, I do note that very mature Alireza just does use a lot of his clock, and it's not unusual to see him a bit behind on time on the clock.
Yasser, I want to jump in, show you one more line here. I actually analyzed this a little bit before and just forgot to show you. The move a4, as I was mentioning, top move here. It's a logical move here. You want to advance this pawn here. One of the key lines here is there is a c5 move here. It's a very complicated move here. But I wanted to show you this queen f6 that I looked at it, this idea. Queen f6.
Right.
Now you play the move queen c7.
Very logical. You want to trade queens.
Yeah, and now queen e5 doesn't work any longer because you have the queen e5 check and you're just simply winning now.
Exactly.
Queens will come off the board. So the only idea now is to play the move h3.
Okay.
And here you play the move queen f4.
Not queen e5, but queen f4.
Queen f4, yes. You're trying to trade queens, and this takes away the pressure from the f3 knight here.
So we're not afraid of losing the pawn on g2? Let's say queen takes f4.
Yeah,
and then...
we have to take the queen first because
Yes.
if we take immediately queen f6 and then we lose the rook here. So we take on f4, pawn takes f4. If we take on g2, then simply rook h8, king takes. And a very important move here needs to be played here,
King
guys. You can't just
d2.
push the pawn because the bishop will come into play on d3.
Right.
So you play the move king d3 to prevent that. And now
Bishop
you're
d3.
getting ready to push the a pawn. And this is a very big advantage for white, this endgame. Most likely you will lose this pawn later on in the game. I can play knight g1, f3, and bring the king in. So this is a winning endgame for white. So he does need to play this move a4, but not an easy move to play, I think, in this position here. King f1 is one option. a4 is the best, and that's the one will give him the most winning chances here for Duda.
Thank you, Var. Just struggling. Here we are. We've got all the tools we need, including the chess engines. And it's tough even for us to navigate these lines. I see a little grimace there by Duda as he's sitting there, you know, trying to decipher a riddle here. What is he? For me, the move a2, a4 is not an intuitive move. I kind of think I've got these trumps. I'm going to use them in any king and pawn endgame, you bet. But I want to neutralize what I see as some vague threats on the king side. You know, h3, bishop e4. I want to play moves like rook h3. I want to play moves, I don't care, like king f1, knight e5. So rather than using my trumps immediately with the move a4 and rook h3, it's a very human move. In Duda's mind, he is now ready to play the move knight e5, followed by rook f3, and how do you do? Ready to pounce on the f7 pawn. So rook h3 makes a lot of sense. The reason I didn't want to offer it is because the queenside pawns are so vulnerable. With the rook, when the rook was on h1, we could go king d2 and rook a1. Now with the rook on h3,
are we going to lose one of the pawns after queen a8?
Let's imagine that queen a8 shows up on the board because that's the first move that you would intuit, right? Now, we've been looking at variations where black is getting pressure, so the idea of trading queens might at first come as a relief until you kind of look at the position a little bit more. I assume I don't want to see rook a2,
so
rook b2, bishop e, so a4.
a4, and rook b8 or bishop c2.
Right, either one of those two things. Knight comes, bishop c2, and this looks like just a draw.
We can pick up the pawn on h4, but if we lose both b and a, then of course it won't be enough.
There's nothing to talk about, right? Here it takes.
But can we keep the a pawn somehow?
Yes, that was
Rook is very unfortunately placed on h4.
True that. Once again, in case this game does end in a draw, we might be racing towards a draw. What happens in case of a playoff, Nazi?
Right, tomorrow we might have a playoff. If two players are tied, there will be a two-game rapid match with 15 minutes and 10-second increment.
Right.
But there can also be a three-player tie, and in that case, we'll have a rapid round robin with 10 minutes and 5-second increment.
If the players are still tied?
We'll have our favorite Armageddon game with 5 minutes for white, 4 for black, and 2-second increment from move 61. And the key thing about Armageddon is that draw goes to black.
Gotcha. And to accommodate the potential of a playoff scenario, the games will all, the round tomorrow, I want to say, will begin 1 hour earlier, so our broadcast will be starting an hour earlier. Good morning, St. Louis. Rook h3 might be, frankly speaking, a little bit too defensive VAR. And the fact of the matter is that this move, Queen A8, may just take away White's advantage.
Yes, absolutely. Rook H3 is not the best move, and after Queen A8, which I think is the best move for Black, we're going to get into an endgame with 4 versus 3, and I will show you the key line here. But let's go to Romania to Cristian.
Well, just to jump on this game really quick, I think Rook H3 is, sure, not an engine-approved move, but it's a human move. And I will explain to you why. For example, if you don't play Rook H3, the problem is Black's plan is quite clear. I'm going to go Queen to F6, and after that, so for example, let's say you start with A4, which is the best move according to the engine. I will go Queen to F6, and now after Queen to C7, once again, we're following the main engine line. The problem is, you have to contend from afar, visualize from afar, this opening of the position. Once the G2 and H3 nowadays pawn get exchanged, you will have a lot of weaknesses on the light squares. So despite the fact that the engine manages to defend accurately and effortlessly, from a human perspective, it's very difficult to allow this pawn trade. So that's why I think Rook to H3, after a very long time spent by Duda, was the move made. And hear me out for a second. Sure, I understand that after Queen to A8, the computer is saying that Black maybe has gotten closer to equalizing the position, or at least stirring the game into more peaceful waters. But the problem is, Queen to A8, I'm seeing this position. I'm seeing this position as White, and I'm saying that we're going to get the 4 versus 3, but also we're going to get an imbalance in terms of Knight versus Bishop. So this is going to be a very long grind. From a psychological perspective, from a human's perspective, whenever you see these type of positions in which you're not risking anything as White, you're very much drawn to playing this line. Forget about allowing Black to go H3 and opening up the position, giving a task to the bishop on G6 to roam around the light squares around my king. I don't want to see any of that if I'm in Duda's place. I want to start the game towards more peaceful waters in which I can grind down my opponent. And take a look at this, for example, Queen to A8, by the way, is on the board. Queen takes A8, Rook takes A8. But once we get into this position, sure, I'll give you the A2 pawn. You'll get the B3 pawn, and we're going to have 4 versus 3. But once again, Knight versus Bishop. I'm going to have a beautiful knight on E5. I'm going to slowly push my pawns on the king side, G4, G5. This is not easy. This is going to be a very difficult position to defend for Alireza, but we know, and Anish has mentioned it as well, he is slippery, and this is exactly what he will be focused on, trying to defend this one, trying to be resilient, and trying to keep pace with Fabiano Caruana going into the final round. But it's not going to be easy.
Thank you for that, Cristian. Absolutely. Former world champion Magnus Carlsen himself said in an interview, anytime you can get a position where you have 2 results, one in your favor or a draw in the hand, that's already a big result. We didn't see your prescription, however. We did not see Rook takes H4 followed by Knight E5. In fact, what we saw was the immediate A4. And, well, for Alireza, that made things pretty darn simple. Got to play Bishop C2. Got to take away the base pawn, so I can capture both pawns on the queen side. And, well,
can White still pick up C6 somehow? Let's say White goes Knight E5.
All right, gift me the pawn. Just a second. Let me just pause here because, sorry, I did not consider F6. And maybe I should be considering F6. Jury's still out for me. Let's say I fall for it. I take the pawn.
Rook takes H4.
Okay, I'll fall for it. I'll take a pawn.
I hope I'm not getting checkmate.
Exactly. I don't think you are. I'm not going to checkmate you, but I might be yeah, but I might be disturbing, right? Like, okay, check.
King. Which way should I go? E2 F3 or?
Well, there is
let's say King king e2, let's say.
I think king e2 is just fine. That being the case, let me hamper you with the move bishop c4 so that I can give you a check and another check.
And also you have rook a2 idea immediately as well.
I didn't want to tell you about that one. Don't tell Nasi that was my plan.
Yeah, I don't know how white king's going to get out of this without giving up the f2 pawn.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a pawn down, but I feel like I've got certain initiative. I don't like this move a4, Var. I think that kind of spoils it, but you've got something completely different on your board.
Yeah, I'm analyzing a little bit deeper. Even if you get both pawns back, there's still some problems in this position that I was analyzing. Let me show you how I got here first, guys.
Okay.
So after the move bishop c2, we play the move knight e5. And now bishop takes b3, rook takes h4, and now you take back with the bishop.
Okay.
If you want to just hang on to the c6 pawn as well here. In this case, rook g4 comes in first. You can't go to the h file, you're going to drop the f7 pawn. If you go to f6, rook f4. So your only move is here to play the move king f8. And now we play the move rook f4.
Annoying.
Putting pressure on f7. And yeah, if you play the move f5, then you're in big trouble after the move g4.
Clear.
And if you play bishop c2, I actually play the move g5. Then it's a very, very strong pass pawn. I can go back rook h4, rook h6, and this should be a winning endgame. So that's why you have to play the move here, rook a7, in this position to protect f7 here. And I really like this idea, to try to fix this, so make sure you can't really play the move f6, so g4. Now king g7 comes in. Now black is considering to play the move f6, so we play the move g5. And now it's very important for black to bring this bishop into the game. So bishop c2 comes in to try to control this diagonal. And even here, there are some chances here. Rook f6. You can't really go bishop g6 in this endgames because after knight g6, e6 is hanging. Rook c7. You have to defend very passively this position.
I mean, we don't even have an extra pawn. I'm having trouble believing that white's better here.
Yeah, admirable restraint in not capturing the pawn on c6. Sorry, Var, please do continue.
And the knight on e5 is so strong, putting pressure on c6, and you're really stuck in this position. You might be able to somehow hold by staying on this diagonal with the bishop, but it's very unpleasant because you don't have the c5 option. I will take dc5. And one idea I would love to do is get my king to c5. Right. But I think what's going to happen is you're going to wait on this diagonal, and every time I try to play the move king c3, only then you're going to play the move c5. So that's why we see evaluation, it's not increasing here, because king c3, then we have the strong move c5. Otherwise, king b4, king c5, I think that would be close to be winning position here.
Right.
So yeah, this is the current position, 22 minutes for Duda, 17 for Firouzja here. Advantage for white, but still chances for Firouzja to hold this position.
Right, thank you, Var. And there was a moment there when Nasi and I were playing this position. I think we were looking at, after bishop c2, rook takes h4, or hold on, was it knight e5?
Yes, knight e5.
Knight e5. And I was a little bit hesitant
f6?
Because I was considering the move f7, f6, because I was afraid of falling into what you were showing, a position where there was some positional grip. But is f6 okay?
F6 is not as good, and there is a concrete idea, guys, because of the move knight d7. And the point is now you want to bring the knight to c5.
So if I take the pawn,
you take the pawn, I fork you,
f6,
and I'm going to pick up that important e6 pawn here. So you have to take the pawn now, knight e6 check. If you go king g6, I just take the pawn on h4. Then this endgame, I think I have excellent chances to win because the pawns are very weak. And if king s7, I go back knight f4. Knight is very well placed. And bishop b5. Now you're ready actually to start activating your rook with rook a1. So it's very important not to take immediately, because rook a1, rook a2 is going to be very, very annoying, giving checks. So you have to play the move f3 first here.
Nice.
So, and now if rook a1 check, you play king d2.
It's all about the pawn islands. White has one pawn island and black has three.
Rook a2 check.
That's exactly it.
King C3. We're going to give up this pawn, actually. Rook A3, but the king is going to get really active. And now after rook takes E3, rook H4. And this endgame is actually just simply hopeless here because rook H7 is coming up. The king is already there. If we take the rooks off the board, it's also winning. So this, even though equal material on the board, but this is just a losing endgame for black.
Yeah.
Fascinating. What's more important, openings or endings? Endings, as you can see. Very, very nicely demonstrated there. Love it, Var. Thank you very much for that. Also, because we have only one game remaining, any chances of joining the conversations now is a very, very good opportunity, as in the past we don't get a chance to read out all the tweets that we do receive. And how can they join the conversation, Leslie?
You can send us your tweets using hashtag Superbet Chess Classic or tag in Grand Chess Tour. And you can also use YouTube and Twitch's live chats to send us your question on St. Louis Chess Club channel.
And it's a real challenge for you guys to stump the masters because we are in fighting trim and we are disciplined, we are physically, mentally tough, we have the endurance, we can handle all your questions. You're overall, I mean, you know, you're a player. You're a competitor. You sit there and you feel that white's good, but is it enough?
Honestly, I'm pretty pessimistic when it comes to my games. So in this position, I wouldn't be
absolutely confident.
No, I would be hoping that I can convert this, but I think draw is more likely result, even here in this game.
I was the most impressed because really the move, I found the move F7, F6 attractive just because of what Farah was saying. You're going to take on H4, you're going to play Rook F4. On a good day, you're going to put a pawn on G5. And I feel myself in a vice where I'm getting squeezed and, you know, I feel uncomfortable. So this idea of F7, F6, I felt was compelling. And I was not anticipating this. I mean, it's not spectacular, but it's a really fine move.
Yes, absolutely. And it shows how even in the end games with just few pieces on the board, you can miss so many tactical ideas.
It's a beautiful one. You take away the E6 pawn, and that's kind of the heart and soul of Black's position. Then things start falling off the board. The H4 pawn, the knight is so nice on the F4 square, and even if you end up winning one of White's pawns back, the much more active pieces, the king, as Var showed, got to C5, the knight on F4, the rook on A. That is a really harmonious configuration, but to see the move knight D7 from afar, not easy. A2, A4, bishop C2 on the board. Again, I just, tell me the clock times, it's not so easy for me. They put
They're
it in
about
like
equal now.
Yeah, they put it in like 4 type, you know.
They both have about 17 minutes.
Okay, so equalizing on the clock, yeah.
Right, and I think if Duda wants to play for more than a draw, he has to go for this 95 rook h4.
And I'm pretty sure he's going to do that.
If he plays something like knight d2, then it will be very easy for Black to equalize.
Exactly, munch. 95 rook h4. Again, forgetting about the engine for a second, Var, just, you know, like your competitive, your experience would tell you that White's better, clear. But would you feel absolutely confident you could bring home the full point as White in this position?
I would be very happy to have this position as White, and I feel like I have good chances, but I don't think I'll be completely confident that I'm going to win the game just by being in this position where I'm playing for 2 results and can try to press for a very long time. It gives you a good feeling about the position here. I do still think with very precise play, Black should be able to hold this position, but it's very unpleasant. With that knight only 5, that line, I think with the pawn on g5, you are probably holding it because we have equal material after all on the board, but you do have to play accurately here. But the one thing we see, the advantage that Duda had on the clock, he had about 30 minutes more earlier, it's disappeared now. He is actually behind on the clock, and he's not 100% sure. He's not like really confident whether or not he's actually that much better anymore.
Thank you for that, Var. And let's just remind our audience that this is the opening event for the GCT Tour, as we have more chess in store.
Right after this tournament, just in a couple days, we have Superbet Rapid and Blitz.
Where Magnus Carlsen will be joining.
How exciting.
Yes.
And after that, in summer, in July, we'll have Super United Rapid and Blitz.
And then we come stateside for the close of the tour.
Right, with St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and Sinquefield Cup.
I notice the tour seems to be getting later in the year, December. And again, joins us for the Superbet as well as the Super United Rapid and Blitz. And I think the reason for the tweaking
change,
of the World Championship match, we absolutely had to accommodate Ding, Liren, and Nepo. And let's jump to Bucharest for the view from Bucharest with Cristian.
Well, I was just going to push back a little bit on those variations and give my own variation and why I think Duda was thinking about this position. Not necessarily that he doesn't believe in his advantage anymore, but just because he had a huge, not opportunity, but choice in the position. And one of them, as you guys were mentioning, is to pick up the h4 pawn. But I was looking through the lines, and to my eyes, at least, to my untrained eyes, without an engine, knight to d2 made a lot of sense. Why am I saying that? Because it defends the pawn on b3, and this is what I think he was calculating. Rook to b8, obviously, you're pushing for that bishop takes b3, and now e4. Taking advantage of the fact that the rook on h3 protects on the third rank that pawn on b3. So now, not only that, but once you take on e4, I'm going to roll over to the c3 file, the c file on c3 with the rook, and now this is a double attack. The bishop has to go to d3. Not only that, I can take on c6 and say, hey, I have two connected passed pawns. How is this position? Well, the engine actually says that this position is completely equal, because despite of the fact that you have connected passed pawns, I have a lot of ideas connected to the weakness of your king on e1, specifically after king to f6, follow it up with rook to g8, attack the pawn on g2, and that h4 pawn is so powerful for a black. So this is what Duda was calculating. This is one of the lines that you can play, but also instead of rook takes c6, f3 was very tempting as well. This makes some room for your king, and now after f5, maybe I can start considering ideas of king to f2, king to e3. From a visual perspective, it looks very good for white. From an objective perspective, and perhaps Duda made the right decision, black has a lot of counterplay on the g file, a lot of counterplay connected with that h4 pawn. So unfortunately for Duda, he maybe realized that his advantage has slipped a little bit. Maybe this was his idea from afar, right? He was looking at this position, seeing two connected passed pawns and thinking that he has a decisive advantage. As he got closer to getting this position on the board, he realized that is not that easy. And right now we have that rook to h4, rook to g4, still a long way, a very difficult defense for Firouzja, but he's definitely inching closer and closer to that equality in the position. Guys, back to you. What do you think of these lines?
Thank you, Cristian, for that, because I do like the idea of e3, e4, and the rook on h3. That wasn't Duda's choice, by the way. He did capture rook h4, bishop takes b3 on the board. Now rook g4 check, king f8 again on the board. And the valuation, at least the engine's evaluation, has precipitously declined, so much so that is not much in it anymore. Sorry.
The variation that Cristian was showing with e4 looked so good.
Tempting,
because white
right?
keeps both connected passers
and there's something
and brings the rook over to the queen side. It's shocking that black is still holding in that position.
I know, and what was most especially shocking for me was you reach this position. I think it's pretty easy to calculate. You get here, you start to think about f3 and you go, nah, give me the pawn. I've got two connected passed pawns. I can win the day with that. King f6, like, wait a minute, like, what? I mean, and then suddenly there's some very serious counterplay based on rook g8, and that is a bit of a shock, because when you do get to play e4 and rook c3, you're thinking how wonderful I am. It's all going my way. I've got these great ideas for you. And then suddenly rook g8 and rook takes g2, and it's like, wait a minute, how come we're not reading on the same hymn book? e3, e4 was interesting. That did not happen. Once again, rook h4 was Duda's choice. We are up to date after king f8. 12 more moves before our time control. Players have plenty of time. And again, as we have but a single game, for those of you who are joining us late or early, depending on your time zone and where you might be, we have 4 draws in the history book so far, as a number of games were Grandmaster draws and one sterling piece of preparation for both Anish and Fabi as 4 draws. Rook g4 to f4
I think we're going to see the position that we're discussing with knight on e5 and white's pawn all the way to g4, g5.
Right. So let's say we take knight e5, gift
a7.
Me the pawn. Rook a7. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
There's a tricky. There's a tricky. Rook h4 actually sets up.
If bishop a4, white has knight g5. Double
exactly. Well, yeah, bishop a. Yes, that's what I meant to say. That knight takes e6 as well as rook takes f7.
Black needs to be a little bit careful.
Right.
So maybe play king e7 first.
Okay. So now I'll play knight e5. You'll play f6. I'll go knight takes knight takes e6 check.
King d6.
Okay, just a second. I don't believe this at all, but I once had a lot of pawns for a bishop against Bent Larsen, but no, with the pawn on d5, I feel black
can lose somehow.
Well, yeah, okay.
It's possible.
All right. The king e7, I think, is an important defensive move for black to get in.
Absolutely, it's a crucial move, because the way that Duda played, he's trying to get this knight g5 move in, and king e7 it's possible that it will result into that endgame that we saw, where white is down a piece, but it's got 3 pawns. Let me show you a few more lines in that direction here.
Please.
So here, after rook f4, king e7, the best move. You have 2 options in this position. You can play knight e5, and we will reach that position, or you can play the move g4 here. And the idea behind g4 is to try to put a pawn on g5 and then get a knight on e5 here. So let's say rook takes a4.
To not let black play f6.
Yes.
Yes.
Play the move g5, and now you're not allowing this move f6. And here, black can play the move bishop c2.
Right.
And now you play rook f6.
Okay.
And then with the idea to play knight e5. So here I think white is still slightly better here. But we go back here, there's another alternative here, is the move rook a1 check.
Okay.
King d2. Rook a2 check. King c3. Now we're attacking the bishop. And in the same line, you put the bishop on c2 here, and knight e5 move will be met by bishop f5. And you are giving up the pawn on c6, but you have very active pieces. Your bishop is well placed here, and you have an active rook here. White is still a little bit better here, but it should, black should be able to hold this. Should be able to hold this because the bishop is actually well placed here. The only way you can really make big progress is to play f3, e4, but it's going to be very hard to do that. I just give you a check, move the king further away, then I have this move now, rook e2, and you cannot play the move e4 here. This will be a draw immediately. So I think with the accurate play, Alireza should hold now. The king e7 is very important. And let's check again that endgame that we were looking at after the piece sacrifice here, king d6. So here in this position, you have rook f6, but also you have the move knight b4. But the problem is you're not going to be able to consolidate here. So rook takes a4, attacking the knight, knight d3. And now you play bishop c4.
Okay.
Attacking the knight.
Knight c5.
Knight c5. Rook a1 check.
King D2.
King D2, and I simply play the move King E7. And now, if you move the rook away, I have a rook A2, and you have a problem with the F2 pawn here. So even though you have an extra pawn here, but you can't really make much progress in this position. Because black is very active. Bishop is well placed on C4 and rook on A1. If you had a way to get the rook in, then you have excellent winning chances. But your rook is kind of tied up to the defense here of the F2 pawn.
So what you're saying is the pawn doesn't make much of a difference. In that case, give me the difference. I'll take the difference. But I understand what you're saying. Active rook in a lot of the cases will save the day for Alireza.
Yeah, that's why in a lot of rook endgames, it's very well known that even with an extra pawn, it's a draw. Because if the weaker side gets an active rook, they can hold the endgame.
Exactly. That activity. And in this case, the active rook, absolutely.
But Alireza just needs to make one accurate move, King E7, and
yeah, it's extraordinary how you could be playing a very, very good game of chess and you just literally blow it with one move. And it's so easy in this position to look at the move. Rook takes A4. Visualize, without the move King E7, to visualize the knight jumping to E5 where it's a double attack. I mean, you look at double attacks first, right? And then you go down the primrose path. So you go rook takes E4, knight E5, rook A7, and that's an endgame I'm prepared to play. It's so easy to overlook knight G5, right? I mean, we did it ourselves. I mean, it was just that hesitation because if we lose the E6 pawn, that spells
makes a big difference.
Real trouble like that. I mean, I'm thinking that's just actually doom. So, I mean, King E7, I mean, I hate to overstate the case, but that seems like the only move, actually, for Alireza's fan. And jumping back over to you, Var, King E7, only move, right?
Yes, King E7 is definitely the only move here. There is another move here, Rook A7, but I think it's not as good. I will show why, for example. If you play Rook A7 here, now White can actually use this pawn as a decoy because you can no longer take because you will run into the same problem of the move Knight G5. And now we have a threat of Knight takes E6 and Rook F7. So that's the reason why Rook A7 is not as good. And now in this position already it's a +2 advantage for White because if you play Bishop A4, now I play the move Knight E5, putting pressure on F7, and you play, let's say, Bishop B5, trying to defend, and now just simply G4. If you play passively, just G4, G5 comes in, and it's just going to be very difficult to defend this F7. So this is just winning position for White. So Rook A7 is not as good just because of this idea of A5. You can use this to deflect the rook here. So only move here, King E7, and he's been spending a lot of time here, about 8 minutes here. He already spent here, and he really needs to find, Alireza needs to find this move King E7. Otherwise, he could be in big trouble here.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Var. As we prepare for our break, we just want to remind our viewers of the results thus far in round 8.
We had 4 draws today between MVL Deac, Ding Rapport, Caruana Giri, and Nepo against So.
Very, very nice. And let's not forget, it's all important, our audience.
Happy Mother's Day.
Hello, Mommy. And across the world, Mother's Days are celebrated everywhere. And happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you. We'll take a break.
We'll be back soon.
In Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of Chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
Chess in St. Louis is back with 9 major tournaments throughout the year. It all kicks off in March with the 2nd edition of the American Cup. with 16 players across 2 fields fighting for a $300,000 prize fund in this double elimination tournament with both classical and rapid time controls. For the first time since 2020, the Cairns Cup is back, featuring the world's best female chess players competing for a $180,000 prize fund beginning June 3rd. Seasonal classic events are back, starting with the Spring Chess Classic on April 5th, the Summer Chess Classic August 2nd, followed up with the St. Louis Norm Invitational, and the Winter Chess Classic wraps up the year in December. September brings back everyone's favorite, Chess Night on Legs, where some of the world's best don't even know what's coming and compete for a $150,000 prize fund. 30 players across 3 fields come together in St. Louis for the U.S. Juniors, Girls, and Senior Championships starting July 15th. In partnership with U.S. Chess, the best in the U.S. fight to be the nation's best and a $400,000 prize fund in October as the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships takes place in the chess capital of America. A year full of action-packed chess is just getting started. All broadcasts are available on our St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch.tv channels.
Welcome back, everyone, for the Superbet Chess Classic. We are in round 8, and we already have 4 results, Nasi.
Right, today we have all draws and one potentially decisive game still going on.
Which is so important for our standings. We do not like the way Alireza Firouzja is defending this position, and we think Duda could actually win the game. But we just want to take a quick peek ahead for tomorrow's pairings for the championship round.
Right, in the last round we have Firouzja playing MVL.
The all-French clash.
Wesley So playing Duda. Giri against Nepomniachtchi.
Could be a potential first-place decision.
And Rapport against Caruana.
That's definitely a first-place decision.
And Deac against Deac.
A lot to look forward to tomorrow, but let's just jump into the current position. And we didn't like this move Rook A7, and we didn't like the move Bishop A4. And it really feels like right here, right now, there's a chance for Duda to win the game, Var.
Absolutely, and he played the correct move. Knight G5 is played, and now he's going to take only 6, and this is...
he got the dream position.
Absolutely, dream position. Very, very unpleasant endgame to defend here. So let's analyze a little bit. Let's analyze a little bit deeper here to see what's the best way to continue for white. So Knight G5, Bishop A6, Knight takes A6 check, and here he played King E7. So white has many options here. It's not easy to navigate here. You have, let's say, Knight C5 looks very natural, but it's better to keep the knight on this side of the board to try to put pressure here. So Knight G5 is one option to put pressure on F7. And if you play F6, actually you're losing this F pawn after Knight H7. You cannot protect the pawn. So you're going to have to play a more passive King F8. And in that case, we can try to bring the knight to E5 and also try to put the pawn on G5, which is desired in many of the variations. We play G4, G5, so to prevent the move F6. So for example, King G7, we go Knight E5. Rook C7, and here actually we play King G2. This would be ideal because now black is also tied up to the defense. 2 weaknesses. I think this is a technically winning endgame for white.
Okay. Getting that knight on E5 would be absolutely ideal.
It makes all the difference in the world, and we think Duda is very, very aware, as is Firouzja, as Firouzja just looked in disgust, because what he might have missed as we were on our break, we reached this position, and what he might suddenly have realized is that, well, this is great. I've got everything defended. The pawn is defended. All I've got to do is just move my king so that I don't lose the E6 pawn with check, until he might have suddenly realized, wait a minute. Oh dear, rook takes or knight takes, same difference. This pawn is ready for promotion. So that was why he ended up taking, and again, trading off, using the A pawn as a decoy to get rid of this absolutely vital E6 pawn. Makes all the difference in the world. And by the way, we do have your suggestion, Knight C5, very, I mean, anybody wants to play Knight C5 in my book. It's a strong player. You're putting your knight on a great outpost. It just so happens that in this specific position, you can go pawn hunting.
Yes, and I think if white went Knight C5, white would actually lose most of the advantage after Bishop C4. Black has this idea to just give you checks on A1, A2.
Right.
And white cannot manage to get out of it without giving up the pawn. I think so.
Rats. Rats. Rats is how I say what I say to that. Knight G5, F6 on the board.
F6, and, another inaccuracy, I think. And now, sorry, Yasser, for interrupting. So after F6, now you're winning the second pawn after Knight H7.
You said...
Does black have F5 and on rook F5, bishop D3? Or it doesn't achieve anything?
F6,
no,
Knight,
F6, Knight H7.
Knight F7. And we've got a Hakasito.
Yes.
Takes bishop D3 and check.
Hoping to keep the knight in the corner. Oh, there's rook E5 check.
There's a check. Oh, no. But you're right. If the knight were to be stranded on H7, but your very next turn you're ready to go knight back and maybe knight back and knight. You do a little pirouette, and again, it's 2 pawns. Knight h7, that looks like the money move.
Duda has to play knight h7.
Yeah, it's a clincher though. And for Firouzja, I mean, he climbs back in the tournament after a pretty harsh loss in the first round. And somehow he saves a miracle draw against Fabi. And then in this game, sorry, but he got comprehensively outplayed. We could say that Duda gave him chances of making a draw, but he had no winning chances. That is to say, Firouzja had no winning chances in this game. And this is pretty impressive stuff by Duda. Up to this point, hadn't scored a win.
Yeah, what a time to win a game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. And he has played f5. And by the way, as we were coming back on break, it was remarkable because it was just move 31. And, you know, they're in deep into a endgame. You would think that you reach this position after move 50 or 60, right? Not move 31. And time trouble was still a factor at this point. And now we do have f5 on the board. We are expecting the move rook takes f5, followed by rook e5 check, which gives you that extra tempo you need to rescue your wayward knight. 4 moves to time control. And how much time does Firouzja have left?
Firouzja has 1 minute and 11 seconds.
It's not bad because soon all of his troubles are going to be behind him. There's nothing to worry about anymore. Positions losing. Bishop d3 on the board. We're expecting rook e5 check, followed by bringing the knight home.
Yeah, because if white didn't have this in-between move rook e5 here,
yeah, if I had to play rook h5,
I think after rook a2, black is still saving this.
Exactly. The very, very annoying checks, and if you can pick up 1 pawn, very good chance that the 3 versus 2 that remains draw. But this check makes all the difference in the world. Wherever you move your king is actually...
King d6, let's say.
King David 6?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Let's say knight g5.
Say I still go rook a2.
Rook a2 makes perfect sense. And what I wanted to do, Nazi, was actually, in a very funny way, defend the f2 pawn in the sense that I want to invite you to give me check, and I've got f2 pawn covered, but once your rook does land on e2, then I've got knight f4 forking your pieces, if you will. So I feel like if I can keep the f2 pawn for a moment and I get to play g4 and g5, and then I'll give away a pawn, but I'll use my g pawn, I should win the game. But it's very important that this move rook e5 is just the wonderful, accidents that work in your favor. And I know one player in the hotel who is cheering Duda on, and that is the co-leader coming into today's round, Fabiano. If Duda does manage to score a win, that would leave Fabi in sole
Solid.
Yes.
Sole first.
Yes.
Going into the last round.
That's always a very, very good feeling, I must say.
Yes, he would only need a draw potentially to at least go into tiebreaks.
And because Richard is one of those players who has a half a point behind him, a draw from Fabi's point of view is fantastic because that means that he's taking care of a pursuer. Now keep in mind, Richie with the white pieces tomorrow is having a quiet tournament, but a successful one.
Yes.
He'll be looking forward to tomorrow's clash. King d6 on the board. Var, I've been suggesting knight g5, knight h3. Maybe the engine has something even more potent.
Instead of the move knight h3, there is something a little bit stronger here. I will show you. But I think knight h3 is still good. So in this position, you need to play the move knight g5. Knight f8 is also winning, but knight g5 is more natural. You bring the knight into the game, you're up 2 pawns. It's just a matter of consolidating the position. Right now, still the king is a little bit awkward here, only one, so rook a2 needs to be played. And the threat is now is to play rook e2 check. You cannot go to the f1 because rook takes e3 idea. So what you need to do in this position is protect your f2 pawn here. So one idea I see that it's very clear is to play rook e6 check, king goes on d7 or c7, and then you just put the rook on f6.
Uh-huh.
Now you never have to worry about this f-pawn hanging, and then you can slowly start advancing the g-pawn in this position. So for example, rook e2 check, king g1, f2 is guarded. If you go back to a2, the next thing we need to do here, before we start pushing the g-pawn, we bring this knight into e5. So we can go knight f7. If you go king e7, rook f4. Rook is very well placed here. Now knight will land on e5, attacking the bishop, and only then we are ready to start to push the g-pawn, and this should be a pretty easy win now.
Yeah, that looks really nice, the outpost on knight e5. And just to remind everybody, we will be starting an hour early, Maxime.
Yes, tomorrow the last round starts 1 hour earlier, 2:20 p.m. Bucharest time and 6:20 a.m. St. Louis time, Central time.
See that Greenwich Mean Time, that always throws me off. Wait a minute, we're in St. Louis.
And
Yes.
the playoff coverage will, if necessary, will start at 6:30 p.m. Bucharest time and 10:30 Central time.
Very, very good. Looking forward to tomorrow's championship round, and we do have rook e2 on the board.
Would
Now,
you prefer, Yasser, if we had playoffs?
well, speaking as a commentator, no. Speaking as a chess fan, yes. Yes, I really, I must say, the Armageddon games are really stressful on the players. They feel like, you just gained a year on your age.
Haven't played one.
Yeah.
I would not recommend it to other players.
But it's so fun to watch. You're suffering, but reminding everybody what the playoff scenario would look like in case we were to have one.
If there's a two-player tie, then we'll have a two-game rapid match with 15-minute time control, 10-second increment. If there's 3+ players tied, then there will be a rapid round robin with 10-minute, 5-second increment time control. And if they're still tied after the rapid games, we will have an Armageddon game, 5 minutes for white, 4 for black, with 2-second increment from move 61.
Bard, chime in with your own Armageddon experience. You love it?
Well, I don't know if I love it. I had played in Armageddon a couple of times. I both lost and I won, but definitely very, very stressful. My first Armageddon, I remember, was the World Cup in Russia that I lost. This was like about, 50, almost 15 years ago. And then I also, in the very next World Cup, I actually won in Armageddon. So it's very, very stressful. And I played a few of them, in the U.S. Championship as well. It's just, at that point, you're just, nerves.
It's a game of
has
nerves,
stronger
yes.
nerves, and just that's going to be the deciding factor in that.
I remember, I believe it was a U.S. Women's Championship played here in St. Louis where Anna Zatansky complained to me. Anna complained to me that she'd lost to Irina Krush. She had blundered a rook. It may have been an Armageddon game. It may have been a playoff game. She said to me, "Yasser, how could I do that? How could I blunder a rook?" I said, Anna, it has nothing to do with your chess skills. This is nerves.
Yeah.
This is just nerves. And everybody gets nervous in these Armageddon games. And chess is its best, chess is its worst. By the way, I really liked the engine's suggestion of routing the rook to f7. Pardon me, to f6. Why did I say f7? Putting the rook on f6 so that you could go knight f7 followed by knight e5. Duda took a page from my own book and he said, well, knight h3 defends f2, and then I get my setup, which will be winning. But I just think that move rook to e6, followed by rook f6, more precise. Why do I say that? Because in my heart of hearts, I am allowing c5. And, remember, it's all about just taking away all of the options that the opponent has. You see c5, you see the potential for c4. You just say, wait a minute, why do I allow this?
I'm not comfortable with that.
Yeah, I don't like allowing
But
this.
I
I
think
shouldn't.
in this
allow
position, c5 wouldn't work because of knight f4.
Yeah, that's the bad news. But when you do go rook e6, check. Pardon me, let me put that on the board. You do play rook e6, check. You're not playing c5.
No,
You're
never.
not getting in c5.
Not
but
successfully.
Not successfully. The rook will be in all of its glory, untouchable on f4. The knight will get to e5. You're 2 pawns up, and I think that will be very, very easy. Knight on h3. Let's just see what we've got. Whoa, wait a minute,
Firouzja
There
played
was a
bishop
big...
c4, preparing c5, so that d5 wouldn't be hanging. And instead of moving the rook away,
Just
so that,
to get,
right,
to avoid
rook
that.
g5, rook h5, Duda
I
played.
love rook h5, so I can go rook h6 check, but...
You have to update one more move, bishop c4, there we go. Duda played immediately g4.
Wait a minute, aren't we allowing c5?
Which
In
he
fact,
didn't play.
Which he didn't play.
So wait,
Wow.
if Firouzja played c5, was black coming back into the game, or?
Well, that was his sole chance, right, to come back into the game. c5, I guess I'm moving my rook. I mean, obviously, I
We
can't
can't forget,
hang my
by
rook.
the way, if we take a look at the clock, Firouzja made his last move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Are you kidding? We should
And they
have
just
kept-
made move 40, so
We should have kept an eye on that.
it could have been the time travel mistakes that they both made.
Wow. Yeah, because even though it's an endgame, it was actually the first time control being completed. c5, Var jumped right in. A chance? A chance?
c5 was a very, very big chance for Alireza, and he had to go for it. I'm surprised he didn't just play this instantly, because you need to get some activities, create some weaknesses, and this was the right time, because now knight f4, it's not going to do much because you can just take on d4 already. And you have some problems with the f2 pawn, actually. I can also give you a check on a1 here first. So he definitely had to play the move c5 here. I will show you on my board here.
Please.
So if you play the move c5, now if you move the knight, then you have problems with the f2 pawn. So knight f4,
check and
I
check.
simply give you a check first.
Right.
You go up.
And check again.
Check again. And now again, f2 pawn is saying if you go back, then we have the repetition here. King c3 actually runs into a check again. And this might be a draw already,
It's just
because if you
perpetual.
go king b2, I have another check on b1. So c5 was absolutely necessary to create some counterplay. And the best continuation now for white is try to play the move rook f5. And now you have a few options. You can give a couple of checks, rook a1, rook a2. Another alternative is to play king c6, and then at some point you want to make a run here, king b5, king b4, king c3, because if your king is on c3, then you're threatening to
Then
give
you're
a mate.
playing for a win.
And
Mate.
the king is a little bit stuck on e1. It's not easy to see how you're going to cross to safety in this position. So this was another alternative. Yeah, he definitely had to play the move c5, but he didn't. He played a check. And now, of course, you just play the move. You don't want to play king f1 because you run into the rook
That's
e3 move.
discovered.
So that would be a problem.
Oops.
And now black actually might be even better after rook e5. So you just play king d1. And I think this is just losing now because you don't have time to stop
So,
this
Var,
g
if
pawn.
black plays c5 here, let's show the audience what the difference is.
Yes, if you play c5 here, there is a very nice tactic here that wins the game, and that is rook takes d5 check.
Oh, that's a visual.
If you take with the bishop, I just take your rook, and if you take back with the king,
That's the
simply
fork.
knight f4 check, king e4, knight takes e2. I'm up a lot of pawns here. And after the move king f3, actually, the best continuation is to give up the piece because you have 4 pawns in this position.
Count
and now
'em, 4.
C pawn is going through, and yeah, this
Yeah.
is just going to be a winning endgame here. So
And
let's take a look.
Through the magic of television, how close did Firouzja come to flagging? Well, count it down. 4 seconds, 3 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Better speed it up. Okay, that was a little
Yeah.
bit slow-mo, but it came down to 2 seconds there before he completed his move. And
Before
got
he made the big
time
mistake
control.
that
Yeah.
now allows white to just push the pawn and...
I must say, I am very surprised, actually stunned, to see Firouzja making this many mistakes. And let's be clear, there's been quite a number of mistakes that Firouzja's made. Missing the king e7, that whole rook a7 idea. Getting gifted gifted an opportunity to play c5. I mean, he could have easily been forced to resign after rook e6 check and rook f6. Gifted a chance to play c5, and instead, you know, wow, just...
You know, some days we just can't play our best.
Exactly. That's what it seems to be. Let me just refresh my board for a moment, catch up with the players, because I am seeing a pawn on g5, and I was like, huh? Did that pawn really make it that far? And the answer is, yes. It did. Pawn is on g5.
I think we're about to see a resignation pretty soon. I don't see any counterplay because, yeah, you have 1 or 2 checks, but
finally,
c5,
we do have
c5 comes in, but it's too late. Yeah.
Yeah, that pawn is really so far advanced.
So should white just push g6 here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
just continue pushing. Absolutely.
Pushing, baby. Any chances with check and c4, c3? That's the last, but no. It's all too slow. Yeah, it's all too slow.
And you have your bishop on the way, so that's why you can't really do anything.
And
otherwise,
yes,
c4 would have created some counterplay here.
Yeah, looking at across the board to see my opponent's body posture there, Firouzja really looks like he's suffering this endgame. Duda doesn't look like he's particularly enjoying himself.
I think Firouzja knows that he had chances that he missed.
Yeah.
In this endgame, even though he was worse most of the game, he definitely had chances to save the game.
Exactly. Remember, I was at a dinner once, and Sasha Grishuk came over to our dinner table and said, Yasser, I was really impressed by your posture, your body posture, at the end of your game with Judith Bolgar. You were sitting at the board so calmly with your hands together and you were just looking. And I was saying, why is Yasser so confident? Okay, he's exchange up, but I didn't understand it, that you were just so confidently sitting at the board waiting for her to resign. Then I realized you weren't an exchange up. You were an exchange and a rook up. Oh. And you were really confident, and now I understood it. You know, Duda's confident. He doesn't look supremely confident, even though he's 2 pawns up.
Yeah. Yes. Have you ever faked confidence at the board?
Oh gosh, yes. I once made. Hold on. It was a combination where I was better, and I was convinced that this combination, the sacrifice, tuck, was winning. I made it, pressed the clock, and as I was writing down my move, it suddenly occurred to me that there was a defense in the position that I hadn't seen when I made my moves. I bluffed. So I put my hands together, kind of stretched, and waited for my opponent to resign, which actually
while
came.
Your heart's racing inside,
Bluffed at the board, Var? Have you bluffed at the board?
I might have, but I can't recall right now. I can't recall right now. I just played so many games. But it's definitely, it's interesting. Gary especially was very emotional during his games, right? When he made a mistake, so, and also for Hikaru as well. And when he makes a mistake, you see a lot of head shaking, and you don't see the poker face from these two
well,
players.
Hikaru's actually hard to read. Sometimes he's shaking his head.
When he's winning.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
It's the opposite for him. It means he's doing well.
We almost say, you know, there's Budar. It's the temple in Yogyakarta for Buddha. There's 10,000 Buddha statues on this temple, so the 10,000 faces of Buddha. And we say about Hikaru Nakamura, the 1,000 faces of Hikaru Nakamura, because he's got all of these twisted things. We do have G5, G6 on the board as this passed pawn is running for a touchdown.
Explain. I don't think it's on the board yet.
Oh, it isn't? Is it? Or
it's our analysis.
It's our analysis. I apologize. I was about to say, explain to our audience why the move, excuse me, I'm just refreshing the board. Why is G6 so powerful, Var?
The main reason, you just want to advance and get a queen.
There you go. Thank you.
That's the main idea.
Keep it simple.
And further you push, stronger they get, right?
There you go.
Yeah, you just want to advance Yes. So
that's why he earns the big bucks.
Yeah.
You know, he gets hired by the club to come and explain everything. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, the pawn advancing closer to coronation.
Yeah, and here in particular, we see that the king is cut off, so he cannot really cross to protect and stop this pawn. And also the bishop is actually on c4. It's not doing anything to prevent that pawn from queening. So the only piece is to stop that pawn from queening is the rook. But once you play the move rook a8, I don't need to play g7 right away. I can just now continue pushing my f pawn. And just to join my other pawn and play the move f5. So
right.
And then they continue advance together. So you never want to separate the pawns too much, because then you have to use a piece to defend that advanced pass pawn.
Keeping it as basic as possible. What's stronger than a pass pawn?
Two pass pawns.
Two pass pawns. Two connected pass pawns are stronger than a single pass pawn.
I'm surprised Duda is taking so long, Yasser, in this
to
position.
play g6.
I really don't see what he's worried about.
I mean, sometimes you take your time to make that final winning move to make sure you're not missing anything.
Actually, there's one line here, guys. Maybe we should check this here. So there is this move, bishop b3 check.
What's the line, Var?
G6,
G6,
bishop b3 check.
Bishop b3 check, king e1.
King e1.
Running away from the rook and bishop.
c4.
So if it's your turn, I understand you want to play c3 and rook check. Yep.
Yeah. So, but it looks like we just continue g7.
Give me a girl.
And now c3.
Queen.
Queen, and the king actually escapes. Rook a1 check.
King e2.
King e2, and if bishop d1, you have to play the only move, king d3. Because if you go to the back rank, you're actually going to get mated.
That's a bit embarrassing.
So you have that king d3 and you're just winning. And if I give you a check again, excuse me, so let me move this up. So anyway, check here, and bishop c4, you're escaping on the f3 square.
So, right.
So this is the only line I think he needs to calculate.
I think this would be winning even if black's pawn was on c2 and he would get to promote on the next move.
The
it
queen
should still
and
be
the
lost,
rook
yes.
will checkmate black's king. I couldn't agree with you more on that.
So black's behind 2 tempi, which is huge.
Yeah, it's not even, it's not much of a race, actually, when you put it like that.
But it's also worth pointing out that if Duda, for some reason, doesn't push g6, then it might not be that winning.
Is it because, you know, I'm thinking, what could he be thinking about? He did eventually play g6. The only other move that comes to my mind is he could potentially be thinking about playing king c1. I don't know exactly why this move would be attractive. In any case, he did fall back, and maybe it's just one of those things. He has not had a good tournament. This is by far the best position he's had in the whole tournament. Sitting back and enjoying it a little bit, you know, like, don't rush me, let me just actually enjoy what is the proceeding going on here. g6, and as was mentioned by Var, if we drop back with the rook just to stop this fellow from going too far, well, f4 and f5 and 2 connected pass pawns. I don't think if you play a move like rook a8, I think that's essentially a resignation kind of move, accepting that it's really, really, really bad. So I don't expect rook a8. On the other hand, not easy to make a suggestion.
Right.
And he's played bishop b3 check.
He's probably going for that c4 line.
King e1 is almost a guaranteed certainty. Just
I think king c1 is
don't play king c1, guys. King c1 loses.
Yeah.
King c1 loses?
Yeah,
oh my
c4,
gosh.
c3.
Walks right into the checkmate.
Oh boy, that is
a1.
quite the pattern, isn't it? c4, c3, and rook a1 mate. Talk about snatching defeat from the jaws of victory just at the finish line. I mean, you know the howler, right? You know, the move is so bad that your cries can be heard in the next county. I mean, if in this moment, bishop b3 check, if if Duda were to play Rook C1, Fabi's screams of disgust could be heard, you know.
We would hear it all the way here.
All the way here. It'd be reverberating through the Bucharest hotel.
Yeah.
Wow.
This will be a devastating loss for Firouzja, as he was looking to possibly go into playoffs tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And he would have white pieces in the last round. He might even have gone for sole, you know,
First.
winning the tournament. Yeah.
Exactly. So bishop b3 check, king e1, and maybe one more move of c4.
King e1 plate.
g7, and then it will be time for the handshake.
Yes. And Duda will not feel so badly about his tournament anymore.
No, these championship rounds, these penultimate championship round, as well as the very, very last round of the tournament, you win one of those two games. And I don't care how terrible result you're having, you feel a little bit better. You know,
Yes.
first of all, any win at this level, this exalted level, is to be celebrated, absolutely celebrated. Yeah, to beat one of the highest rated players in the world, the defending Grand Chess Tour champion, you bet Duda will say, well, it's not my finest hour, but it's not my worst hour either.
And I'll say Duda didn't choose the most ambitious opening with the exchange Slav.
No, he basically, he was trying to keep Firouzja's attacking chances as limited as possible. That game that Deac lost to Firouzja in the Slav defense, where Deac kept a lot of pieces on the board, doubtlessly made a very strong impression on Duda, and he said, you know, let's get a much clearer position without so much
With
chaos.
less risk,
yeah, without so many pieces on the board. And this is a strategy that paid off, Var. It's not maybe for the spectators the most spectacular, but it was effective today.
Absolutely, and I feel like maybe Alireza wasn't as familiar with the opening ideas. There were a few moments where he had this move g4 that we were analyzing to stop that knight from coming in. And I don't recall seeing him to play these Slav exchange positions too often. In fact, white usually avoids it. But if he wanted just to make a draw, that game played between Kramnik and Anand is usually black holds that position.
Exactly.
In that opposite color endgame. So, but I think Firouzja also was trying to get some chances today as well.
Sometimes when you're black and you avoid, you eschew a variation that you know is drawing because you want to play. Well, you may end up playing a bad position. By the way, we do have some more moves. Let me just update my board.
Checks.
That seems kind of helpful, that last check in
King
particular.
can just go to f3 now.
Yeah, you dance away from both the rook and the bishop. That means that there's no counterplay against white's king. In the meanwhile, this guy,
So close to becoming a queen.
Exactly. It's a coronation going on over here. So I'm seeing king f3, and I'm not really seeing why Firouzja wouldn't resign. I mean, this just, yeah, this king f3. Is there some tricks in the position?
No, just king f3 is just completely winning here.
Exactly.
Is king f1 also winning?
King
A
f1?
natural looking move, but I'm just curious if it's still winning.
I think so too, right? I mean, you're just, again, you're dancing away from the rook and bishop.
Yes,
and
king f1 is winning as well.
yeah. G7's on the rear. And he was playing so well right up into today. Look at that. Forget about round one. Just look at round two. +3. Sublime. Okay. By the way, he did get lucky. Come on, don't do it against Fabi. There could have been one more donut in there. But not a bad line score right until today, where he was playing against a player who had not been successful. And maybe he came into today's game thinking, you're playing poorly or unsuccessfully, I'm playing successfully. The script I'm reading is I win and you lose. Duda said, that's a very nice script. I don't want to play ball. I won't play the role that you've given me of Patsy. I will...
Trying to press with black pieces is always very risky.
at the highest levels, you bet it is. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think Duda's taking his time to just make sure there is nothing, no tricks left in the position.
Even I can tell you that the world champions, Garry Kasparov, he wanted to win with white, black, green, red, whatever the pieces was, as did Bobby Fischer. And they played Grunfeld defenses and King's Indian defenses, defenses that today have a reputation of incredibly high risk and good chances that black will lose a number of those variations of the Grunfeld and King's Indian defenses. Today, you know, playing for a win with black really is a danger.
Yeah, I think there are very few top players who play those quote-unquote risky openings, Grunfeld and King's Indian.
Yeah.
I mean, MVL comes to mind.
MVL, Nepo, used to play the Grunfeld a lot. Now he's kind of switched
Become
into the
very
Queen's
solid.
Gambit.
Yes.
C4. Okay.
And G7, or maybe even Rook E8 is better, just so I don't let your Rook come back to the 8th rank. So Rook E8 here?
Rook E8 certainly looks nice.
Yeah, Rook E8 is the best move, guys, because you're forcing the move Rook A7.
Yeah,
and then after that, it's a very nice Rook D8 check first.
Even a nice in-between move, yeah?
Yes. If you go to E6, then you run into the move Knight F4 check. And if you go to C7, then I have G7, so you have to play King C7. And one more check now on C8.
Right,
Okay,
and
you
now
can't really
the
go
rook
to
is
the 7th
behind.
rank. You can't go to the 7th rank. You have to stay on the 6th rank. And after that, yeah, King C6, yeah, G7.
It's a girl.
And after Rook C8 check King D6, then only then you play the move Knight F4, and you have prevented this pawn from advancing, the C pawn, the only counterplay. And yeah, just Rook G7 here, for example, King G4, King G5, and King F6.
Very straightforward win for white.
Absolutely. Wow, and by the way, what's your engine? I'm having trouble reading your engine, but it seems to be going hog wild.
Yeah, mine shows about +7 almost here.
Wow.
On a stronger engine, it's like +10.
+10 even, okay.
So that means white's going to get that queen.
Yes, yes, the computer doesn't see checkmate, but...
Not yet. But
again,
G7.
Duda does not have that body posture. See, in these moments, Garry Kasparov, when he's got the... He usually took off his watch and he put it on the score sheet. He took off his jacket. At this point, he'd be putting his watch back on. He'd be putting his jacket back on, and he'd be saying, "Okay, time for dinner.
I'm ready.
Let's go. You know, let's sign the score sheets." He'd be letting you know that your time in the sun is over. You're busted. Get out of here.
Yeah,
Duda's not
so
conveying
excited.
that same high degree of confidence as he does play the powerful Rook E8. Stopping, prepping G7, G8, and prepping this line that we've just seen that continues with Rook D8 check.
I think it's just different personalities, you know.
Yeah?
Yes, Duda is he's always calm, whether he's winning or losing. He's always calm and collected. Meanwhile, when you think about Garry Kasparov, you can read what's going on on his face.
Oh, no question about that, yeah. How about you at the board, Nasi? You got the game won. I mean, you're supremely confident. You're looking at your opponent and go, come on, give it up.
I've never done that. That to me feels a little bit disrespectful.
It is, of course it is.
So I'm like Duda, I'm just very calm and collected. You can't read on my face what's going on. Until hands are shaken, I don't smile or look like I'm winning.
My philosophy there is not about the hands being shaken, it's about the score sheet being signed. Until the score sheet is signed, the game's not over, right, Var?
Absolutely, yeah. So many times I relax in a winning position thinking it's already over and then make one mistake, let the opponent get back into the game. You really have to wait for that resignation score sheet signed then to feel like, okay, now I can take a little break. So Rook D8 played, very precise by Duda.
Exactly, just that extra little. And believe me, when you're playing these 2800 guys, you don't give them a single window of opportunity to escape because they can find it. So you're playing precision chess right to the very end. This extra little move, whether it's necessary or not, is not the point. It's just the best move.
Grandmaster touch.
Yes, the grandmasterly touch. Rook d8 check. Again, the king goes to e7. That interferes with the control that black has of the g7 square. So anytime the king steps back, whether it be to e7 or even to c7, we're just going to play g7. You're welcome to munch my rook, but you're not going to be happy at the resulting position of queen versus the rook. So check, you'll go back, check. Now I've managed to put my rook behind the passed pawn with a gain of time, giving me knight f4, and I'll escort this pawn to the, and there we have it.
Alireza resigns.
Wow, I must say, for the defending Grand Chess Tour champion, this has been a topsy-turvy event, starting with a loss. A second loss today. You would think that maybe Alireza would be in some kind of tank. No, he's still tied for second.
Huh, wow.
He's still tied for second. Yeah, he'll have +1 going into last round game. I know he feels dreadful exactly at this point, but whenever you're playing for first, you got to pull yourself together and keep reminding yourself, you know, if I win tomorrow, I could be first. If I win tomorrow, I could be first.
Yeah.
You know, that's what he's got to remind himself, as he's very disappointed with this result, Var, but hey, give Duda credit.
Yes, Duda played a good game here, and he took advantage of the inaccuracies that Alireza made. And there were some chances at the end for him as well, but he missed that. Move 48, once again, we see it's a critical moment where if he had played the move c5 instead of rook a2, he would have chances. But he played rook e2 check, and that is just losing. So good game by Duda, and Alireza now in a must-win situation in the last game to try to catch Fabi if he makes a draw.
Exactly, and because he's to try to tie for first, why is he in a must-win situation? Because Fabi is actually playing somebody in second place, Richie.
Yes.
So if Richie wins, Richie's going to have +2. Somebody's going to have +2 and potentially +3 should Fabi win, right?
Wow, yes.
So basically that means if you're in Alireza's shoes, your only chance of playing for first is to win with white in the last round. It's been asked before, and a lot of people have been able to positively answer that and come back with a win, but
anything can happen tomorrow.
It feels it. Yeah. You know, something about this event.
Fabi would disagree with that.
Exactly. But it feels
happen.
like anything can happen. There's still lots of potential for a lot of players.
And we still have Anish too, guys. We still have Anish with the white pieces.
Oh, right.
Yep.
And playing Nepo, who is also just not playing
vulnerable.
well. He cannot wait to finish this tournament. So
exactly.
I think Anish definitely has a good chance tomorrow as well. Try to put some pressure.
And don't forget that Wesley So, even though Wesley has had some very strange moments in this tournament, he's still looking at +1.
Yeah, somehow we forgot about Wesley.
You know, Wesley's in the mix too. I mean, come on. In fact, half the players in the field seem to be in the mix. And here's our round 9 championship pairings coming up tomorrow, Nasi.
All right, we have Firouzja playing MVL.
The all French.
So playing Duda.
Yeah.
Giri against Nepo. Rapport against Caruana.
That's the big one for all the marbles.
And Deac against Deac.
That game, Wesley So, dude, look at that. The scores suddenly look a lot tighter, don't they? Firouzja having to take down his countryman, NVL, only chance for Firouzja. But hey, once more, the standings going into tomorrow's championship round.
All right, let's take a look. We have Fabi leading with half point. In first place, and then with 4 players trying to catch him.
And Richard Rapport again being one of his opponent for tomorrow.
Right, and Firouzja, Wesley, and Anish as well. And with 50%, we have MVL and Duda. And in the last 3 places sharing Nepomniachtchi, Liren, and Bogdan-Daniel.
Exactly. MVL a little disappointed maybe that he couldn't be at that 4.5. That would make the game with Alireza so much more exciting, as we're just standing by to get the take from Duda's point of view. And once again, this is what tomorrow looks like.
A little reminder, that tomorrow games start 1 hour early.
Exactly.
So live coverage will start at 2:20 p.m. Bucharest time and 6:20 a.m. Central time. And if necessary, we will have playoffs starting at 6:30 p.m. Bucharest time and 10:30 a.m. Central time.
There you have it. Nice. Well, 4 draws, but we weren't disappointed with the outcome of this round, as this was a huge result, Var.
Absolutely, huge result, and in my favorite Slav exchange opening. So it gives me some ideas to continue maybe analyzing this opening. There's still potential if we can beat Firouzja. Duda beat Firouzja in this opening. So it's there is still some potential. Definitely, we had a little bit of a quiet start, couple of early draws, but Fabi game was very interesting. And again, once again, great work over the board for Anish Giri, not being afraid to go for the complications and analyze everything and just make an easy draw with the black pieces. And Duda's win is a really big win for him. And now Wesley is also a little bit disappointed because now he's facing somebody who just won a game and definitely feeling more confident. I'm excited and looking forward for the last round.
Exactly, where so many things can happen. And who will be our winner? Well, we asked ourselves who would be the winner. And I am very, very pleased to say that half of us have got it right. Uh-oh, I was sure that Tom would be ready with our predictions. Just, I mean, Darush and Cristian, we are proud of you. We really, really are. You have learned what we have taught you over the years. Exactly, exactly. Congratulations, your pick was a lot better.
You're doing better than us now.
Yeah, you sure did.
I'll take it.
Wow. No, seriously, whenever you're looking at an event.
It's my first time, so
right.
I'm fine
you
with
got
my
that
pick.
going for you. But whenever you get an event where the world champion and his challenger are in 9th position, 8th and 9th, you know the tournament's enormously strong, and the energy zap from the World Championship match has been
clearly showing.
Yeah, it truly has. As we are expecting Bucharest, but we haven't got the word yet that we are going to go over. So,
do we have any predictions for tomorrow? What do you guys think we're going to see?
Well, I would say that
it's going to be a very long
Anish,
day.
Yeah, I would say so. For me, I dreamed of becoming a chess grandmaster, and Bent Larsen rather boxed my ears and said, "Yasser, that's ridiculous. Stop thinking about becoming a grandmaster. You're strong enough. You're a grandmaster. What you have to be thinking about is winning tournaments." So later in my life, as I became a candidate grandmaster, I began to understand, yes, that is what it's all about, is winning the tournament. So I lived for those moments where in the penultimate round and in the last round, if I had a chance for playing for first, it was like, forget everything else, that doesn't matter, right now, today, this moment, focus. If I can win first, that's it. That's what my career is all about, playing for first. So I think even though Anish has this reputation of being super solid in draw and safety and all of that stuff, no. In his heart of hearts, like all grandmasters, it's about playing for and winning first. And you know it yourself, as competitors, you play in these U.S. championships, and if you're in a final round, Var, I don't care who your opponent is. If Fabi's sitting across the board and you can play for first, you feel like you should give it your best.
And with either color, white or
with
black?
Either color.
Yeah.
With either color.
Absolutely agree with you, Yasser. It's good to be in a situation where you actually control your destiny. If you can win your game and force the tie break, like for example, for Rapport tomorrow, if he wins the game, he's going to guarantee himself a playoff. So it's and also in some scenarios he might actually even, I think, win the tournament if the other players with +1 make a draw. So he's playing with the white pieces, and I expect to see something maybe a little bit obscure to avoid the Fabiano's preparation. His preparation has been excellent with black and white, new ideas. Looks like he worked really hard with his team for this tournament. So I expect to see something unusual tomorrow from Rapport. Try to get a position maybe that Fabiano is not very familiar with.
Yeah, and sorry, let me just correct myself. I meant to say Richie, not Anish. I had the game of Anish.
But
I mean,
Anish
tomorrow,
can also try.
Yeah, but I really think
yeah.
that Richie is sitting there across the board. I'm white. I can play for and win first. I have to do everything. And as we still get ready for Bucharest, let's remind everybody of upcoming events of the Grand Chess Tour as world number one, Magnus Carlsen, is joining the Grand Chess Tour.
For Superbet Rapid and Blitz in Poland, and also for Super United Rapid and Blitz in Croatia.
Yes, July 3rd through the 10th. Magnus will be in both of those events before we turn stateside.
Right, and then we'll have in November and December St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and Sinquefield Cup.
And remember, the Grand Chess Tour players are the perpetual players, if you will, are the ones that pick up those Grand Chess Tour points. So even though Magnus will be playing in 2 of the events, he won't be eligible to win the Grand Chess Tour because he's not playing, obviously, in Bucharest and Sinquefield.
But it's going to be so interesting to see Magnus play all these players in Rapid and Blitz.
Exactly.
Because at the moment, I believe he's still the highest rated player, of course, in Rapid, Blitz, and Classical.
Yes.
And yeah, we'll see how these guys can handle Magnus.
Well, for me, it's remarkable that he could be a Triple Crown winner and be a world champion in all of these forms, because there are specialists. I mean, when I was growing up, there were players who were blitz specialists who were incredibly good at 5 minutes, and you know, to be good at all the forms, that's amazing. We have some challenges getting set up in Bucharest as we're anxious to get Dudas, but once more, this is it. Richie Rapport versus Fabi, not Anish Giri versus Fabi, but Richie Rapport. And the ever-inventive, ever-creative Richie's going to come up with something.
I'm going to guess that all the white players, Firouzja, Wesley, Giri, and Rapport, who have first place to play for, and they have white pieces, will be playing for a win tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely. And for Nepo, this is such bad news, you know, because he kind of gave up with the white pieces today. He would love to have a repeat of, he would love to have a repeat of today's game, that is to say Nepo, so he can say goodbye to the tournament, put it behind him, get on to the next one. But Anish Giri is not going to overlook an opportunity here, so he'll do his best.
How do you handle last rounds? Because it can be pretty tough when you're playing for the first place. You feel the pressure.
Right.
You have 1 game left, but too much is riding on that game.
For me, I'm motivated by first place. The scary thing for me, if I'm not doing that great, if I'm saying Nepo's shoes, there's a desire to get over the tournament. So you don't really you don't put your heart and soul behind it, and that could give you, you know, you get into trouble from the opening, and it all goes wrongly. So you have to be very aware of that. But last rounds weren't my problem. My biggest problem was so many of my tournaments were overseas. My biggest problem was round 1, 2, and 3 because I was overcoming jet lag. Those were brutal days.
I think that's why we see a lot of times players arrive a few days early.
And let's go to Bucharest. We've been doing our best with our song and dance. Cristian, over to you.
Thanks, Yaz. Jan-Krzysztof, first of all, welcome back to the studio. Congratulations, a big victory against one of the co-leaders of the event going into today's round. Your initial feelings after this victory?
Yeah, thank you. It's, of course, very nice feeling to win the first game like in the air in classical chess, but yeah, it's kind of unexpected because before the round I was feeling quite bad and actually decided to wrap it up. But my opponent was ambitious and point, I think, in the opening or after the opening, and and I got better position. So
So that's quite interesting that you say that, because you chose the exchange Slav, and I thought that that was just a strategy to try to get him into sort of type of play that he doesn't feel comfortable in. Was it just that, or?
Yeah, it could be this way. Normally it would be, but today I said I was feeling kind of bad, sick, and even had an nap before the game, which is kind of extraordinary for me. Yeah. So now I think this queen b3 and bishop b5 is clear intention. I mean, indication that it's one more here. And of course here rook c8 is the main move. Like it's known since like Stone Age. I mean, knight 5, knight g4, and knight takes g4, bishop takes g4, queen b4, rook takes c6, queen b7, and here queen a5, rook queen c8. Fine.
I apologize for that, but we've lost our feed, Bucharest. Some technical difficulties. I was having trouble with the audio. But what Jan was basically saying was that he had been expecting this line, and instead of knight e4, he was showing some of the prep that he was making in the main variation of rook c8.
He said that this has been known since Stone Ages.
A little hyperbole going on there, but I do remember the game. I was calling the action in Bonn in 2008 between Vladimir Kramnik, who was on the white side of this position against Vachier-Lagrave, and I think you were showing VAR that rook c8 had become the main go-to move, because in those positions that you're pawn up, black's activity, bishops of opposite position was drawn. And unfortunately, we are not going to get the feed, but I think maybe somehow we'll upload this interview when it's all going well. VAR, final thoughts as the championship, everything to be decided tomorrow.
Absolutely. Very exciting last round is waiting, and we have many players who are still in contention for the first place, and especially players who are half a point behind Fabiano, have the white pieces. They're going to try very, very hard to win, and in particular, Richard Rapport. He controls his destiny. If he can win one game with the white pieces, last game against Fabiano, he will guarantee himself tie for first, or with a very good scenario, maybe even clear first place in this tournament. So I'm looking forward to see the exciting action tomorrow, guys.
Richie will ask Ding Liren to be his trainer for tomorrow's game, as so much could be decided on the outcome of that. Now, see, it was really, really wonderful to be here with you and
Likewise.
Bar, calling the action. We've certainly been having fun. Tell your friends, everybody, where you've been hanging out. Join us tomorrow 1 hour early. And once again, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
And see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.